Hey, what's up, Mooba? How you doing? Alright. Ooh, and I had one more quick, easy project idea. So I think I am gonna do the Time Enjoyed hackathon, or Code Jam or whatever. I got a really quick and easy one to hack out. So this is basically follow-versary. So this would be browser source. Hold on, configurable browser source. For shouting out a chatter's follow anniversary. Right? That'd be super fun. That'd be a cool bot to have. Alright? Hey, it's your follow-versary. Nice. Boom. Super cool. Could make it a bot command, or it could possibly do an overlay of some kind. I'm not sure about the overlay part. That'd be a bit more work. I think for MVP, for the Code Jam, I think just a bot saying, hey, it's your follow-versary. Boom. Good to go. Is that possible? We'd have to look at if the APIs are there. If the API is there for it, oh, this is easy. Like, this is so easy. Alright, so let's get started then. I got that note for later. Let's do our news crawl for a bit. Check out, you know, random cool things happening. Ooh, but I restarted OBS, now I gotta restart Stream Deck. I'd love to fix that bug someday. It's just not frequent enough for me to care yet. And the bug is specifically that, the Stream Deck plugin that I wrote doesn't have a strong enough like reconnect mechanism for connecting to the OBS WebSocket. So I need to fix that. It's easy enough to fix, I just haven't done it. Because it's something I deal with once a month. I don't restart OBS much. Ooh, I messed up the audio for that then. I mean, I wrote the plugin. In the plugin, I can just have it reconnect. It's really easy. I just haven't done it yet. There's a matter of easy and a matter of necessary. I got plenty of other things I can work on. Exactly, Jason. Yeah. Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay, so gotta make sure I was over in the right chat on my dev machine chat. Don't want to paste links into the wrong one. All right. Oh, I should get recording, just in case. And yeah, I'm having a thought real quick. I'm thinking maybe I'll start doing this to a different one, like a different channel, and then just start posting like the news to the other. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Not sure. Alright, so how the new Threads app is made. Sure, we'll look. Why not? Now what is this? Yeah, we'll read this one. Looks a little spicy. Tech debt metaphor maximalism. Oh man. Hope you guys are hungry. I think we're gonna get some word salad. It's gonna be delicious. Wonder if Sans Bullshit Sans will kick it. Yeah, if you guys aren't aware, yeah, startups are sometimes a really good way to get started. Right? Client agencies as well. It's like doing mini startups all the time. But yeah, work at a startup has a huge list. And I think most of these Hacker News posts are probably like linking back to work at a startup or something. Or it's at least probably like the same content. Maybe not. But they are closely related somehow. This one seems pretty funny. All right. Going rogue? All right, sure. Yeah, we can go by the headline at least. ChatGPT's usage is declining. I mean, that's the natural evolution of it, right? I don't think that's a big deal. There's even a graph of it, right? Where it goes like up, hits that peak of like, you know, the first adoption, and then like it'll lose interest. It hits that dip of like the trough of disillusionment or something like that. And then it takes like steady, growth after that, right? Sustainable growth. Like, that's how all technology kind of works. You could say that the iPhone just peaked, right? Like, you know, touch phones. That technology evolution just peaked and never really dipped, right? Maybe that's because it started out too expensive, right? It's too broad of a thing. Like, no, technically looking at iPhone is the wrong way. It's about touchscreen devices, right? Touchscreen devices have actually been around for a long time, right? They probably had a huge peak in like the 80s or something. Then the 90s were part of that trough of disillusionment because of usability, etc., other things maybe. And then it took like the gradual increase of people finding legitimate use cases for touchscreens, and then bam, iPhone. So I think that's probably the way to look at technology. Not on like a single company way or a single product, but more like where they sit within that timeline, which is interesting. Yoda phone with double display. Failed miserably. Yeah, there you go. And now, like, the whole fold-out phone thing is basically double display, right? Like the folding touchscreens. That's another tech that, you know, failed miserably for a lot of products. Alright, so this is kind of cool, right? So yeah, e-ink was a good example because they're even talking about it right here. Alright. Okay, cool. So that was the stuff from Hacker News. Let's go check programming.dev. Right? I believe this person is one of the operators of it. So yeah, valid question. Alright, let's see this one. This is a good place to come for the memes. Starship? I feel like I haven't even tried Starship yet. We should probably do that eventually. Let's check that out. I've never heard of Viz. So yeah, GitLab outage. I'd heard about that. Yeah, I was lurking Algo Bro. "85 comments, I'm sure they mentioned plenty of them. I was going to see if it was maybe worth like trying to communicate. Yeah. I don't even think I have an account, so just casually lurking. Yep. GitLab down. Oh, and Jason, you had a longer comment that I missed. Where is it? Notion for stuff? Okay, yeah, that was it. That was it. Yeah, I've never really used Notion. Alright, so yeah, we'll call the programming dev one done as well. Let me look at Delta real quick. Hmm. What is the license of this? MIT? Hmm. And what's it written in? Rust? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Well, we just found something for a project. Boom. Yeah. You could use that for carbon.sh for GIFs. Oh, I'm a collector, you know. Yeah. Yeah, this is great. I just need to make this work in the browser. Yeah. Yeah, awesome. That was a good find. Oh, it's written in Rust. It most likely compiles to WASM pretty easy, especially if I just gut some things that require, you know, like OS dependencies. Yeah, totally. All I need is the textual output it would be sending to the terminal. That's it. So yeah, I can just gut the parts that I don't need, and boom, browser. All right, so anyone seen Viz before? How is it clickbait? I don't know. Okay, so hold on. So Sam uses a thing called structural regular expressions. And yeah, so Plan 9, there's Acme, Sam, and Wiley. Sam, I guess, is something. I guess there's a thing called Glenda. I don't know what that is yet. So yeah, their point is that Vim's problem is that it works with lines of text. It does not seem like a big deal, but it makes a huge difference. Imagine the following code. All right. Okay. Now assume we want to change a few things. Rename foo to bar, remove the useless equals 0. Add a missing semicolon on line 4. And I can totally read that. No, I can't. But it makes sense. That's not too big a deal. Yeah, it's easy enough. These, I have no idea what's going on. Okay, so S here is substitute, right? This is saying line 1 substitute, this is saying line 4 substitute. Here, this is saying everywhere substitute, right? Okay. So even though you have these other commands, you end up using substitute for all of them. Here's how you do it with Sam. Okay, so here you're extracting foo. And then I guess, what does C do? I'll have to look that up. But yeah, how you doing, Ted? Yeah, sorry. Like, I don't know. Understanding what this person's main point is seems interesting. So yeah, like, I'm a little, like, just making sure I don't lose the thread. And hey, what's up, Oops? How you doing? Alright, so they implemented SAM language. Yeah, just write your code correctly the first time. It's a little harder to do, but that's the goal. Okay. So yeah, he talks about SAM, and then there's the thing called Acme. You need a 3-button mouse for that sole purpose of using Acme? I've never heard of Acme. I don't know. Then there's another thing called edit. Interesting. Alright, so, what's this one? Oh, this is actually an article that's comedy in Programmer Humor? Ooh, that's rare. Oh, and I've seen this format before. I like the attribution people do with the AI. It's cool. Because it's almost like free alt text as well. Describes what you're trying to show in the image. Okay, so this, I don't know. Okay, hold on. So let's read it. I should zoom in more. It's a bit long. It'll be fine. So I guess this is a comment from some person? I don't know. So, the formless void that stalks all dreams was different today, but not in a way that you could easily identify. The endless stillness of a change had a different flavor to it. There was a pulse to it, something you couldn't quite identify. Thoughts and feelings encircle it before they are dismissed as irrelevant, leading to another level of stillness. Thoughts resume. Thoughts of the rent and the bills and all those irrelevancies that everyone in this world loves to spend so much time on. The pulse resumes with a new pattern. I don't know. You look down at your wrist and the wakefulness charm is no longer present. Things make sense now. This is a dream, a very boring one, but a dream at that. You thank the dream for its service and you make your exit, stage right. A watch was vibrating. It is the morning. You don't usually wake up in the morning. You take a moment to search your memories for what was significant about today. As if on cue, the watch taps you again and shows a few rows of sigils that remind you. After freshening up, you set off to make the arduous commute to the office. After 30 whole seconds, you manage to finish your epic trek and sit in your custom-rigged office chair. It was a bit of a Jambiara? I don't know how to pronounce that one. Sorry. But it was the only thing that could properly tolerate your tail and dorsal fin. After a struggle, you got your tail fit into the place it's comfortable in, the dark side of being a one-of-a-kind creature, you thought. Okay, this is a weird article. I don't know about it. Alright, so Firefox was out of date, the workstation said, so the scripts dutifully went off and rebuilt it. Seconds later, a new version was running as it was compiling. Hopefully, the important parts would be done in time for the call. Thank the nine, you thought. They used E100 Meet. Or was it E100 Hangouts? Maybe E100 Allo or Duo? Depended on who wanted a raise that year. The thought made you smile, and you hit a button to turn on the key lights for your camera. The screen showed a man in his mid-20s staring at a screen. He looked well-fed, as these startup types tend to be. Hey, I'm Jeff, the Takaro, and I'm going to be your first interview today. So that we can get things off on the right foot, you're Palima, right? The insult that this Jeff had just committed was beyond statement. Holding back and dismissing the emotion. I don't know. I don't know. The writing's I don't know anymore. I give up on it. Some of the other parts get all right, I guess. Like, I don't know. A whole paragraph about this part. Yeah, the writing is just too much. Not my style of writing. I'm over it. Yeah, they need a better editor. There's a bunch of parts you could just trim out and have a nice, clean, svelte story that doesn't dally. Yeah, there's just so many, like, random paragraphs that just needed editing, right? So, to make up for it, let's do this one instead. What is it? Shit. Shit. It's the, shit. It's like the alpha of your workplace one or whatever. It's terrible, right? But, oh man. It's good. It's like satire in the best way. I think Prime would do a good read of it, too. God, what was the name of it, though? Is it Alpha? No. Here we go. There we go. Asserting dominance. That's the one. This is the article. Do we have that as a command? Because I got to remember that. No. Yeah, exactly. It's a quick read. It's really good. Boom. So we got that on a command. I think it'd be fun to do some readings of some of these, like, in a robe in front of a fireplace. So I think that's going to be my goal at some point. Do that as, like, a proper video. Just gotta rent some, like, Airbnb for a night. Take the cameras, go set it up. Sure, yeah, that'd be good. Alright, so. As a software engineer, changing jobs is a way of life. Every day, beautiful recruiters from top tech companies reach out to you on LinkedIn with new opportunities, and each new job equals higher pay and an opportunity to reinvent yourself for the better, as long as you know how to. Here is a handy first week guide to becoming the alpha of your new workplace. On your first day of work, your focus should be entirely on physical establishment of dominance in the office. Humans are hardwired to follow the biggest and strongest. Once you have proven yourself with the pedo principle, you will command the respect and admiration of your team, and every other aspect of becoming the alpha naturally falls into place. Wake up early on Monday, hit the weights, and dehydrate yourself for enhanced vascularity. Take a shower afterwards, but put your tight-fitting, sweaty Under Armour gym clothes back on. You'll arrive at work looking swole, focused, and ready to get shit done. After arriving at work, your number one priority is picking your desk. If you can get a standing desk, get one. Being at higher ground is a position of power. This advantage is especially important in open office environments. People need to look up to you, even if only literally. Always pick a corner desk when available and position it with your back to the corner so you are overlooking your coworkers. Angle your monitors so that one is only visible by you. Needless to say, this is your dedicated Facebook, Reddit, whatever monitor. Hacker News, etc. For your other monitor, keep code and a terminal on full display at all times. Optimize lunchtime by mixing protein shakes and doing body weight exercises. After lunch, bring a 10-pound tub of whey protein powder to your desk and slam it down. 10 pounds is the largest size of powder that is currently sold. If larger sizes are sold in the future, you should obviously switch to that. And don't wait until you finish your current tub either. Immediately purchase the larger size and display it in a prominent position on your desk. The brand of the protein powder, this one's bleh, who cares? But one important bit, you'll need at least 2 blender bottles as well, with 3 to 4 being the most optimal number. You need to leave them around the office as a form of territorial marking. Spend the rest of the day meeting your teammates and noting their weaknesses. At night, prepare 10 hard-boiled eggs for Tuesday. Tuesday. After Monday's display of physicality, you need to spend Tuesday getting your development environment set up. Check out your team's code from the Git repo and start ramping up. If your new team doesn't use Git, announce your resignation immediately and walk out. That part's not a joke. Eat your hard-boiled eggs sporadically throughout the day, but save one. Do not take any breaks except to mix protein shakes. Remember that you should be consuming 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight or per line of code written, whichever is greater. Spend the rest of the day familiarizing yourself with the team's code base. Every 5 to 10 minutes, let out a deep sigh and write something down on a notepad. Maintain a demeanor of mild disgust on your face that gets increasingly more annoyed as you browse through more and more of the code. Mumble words like refactor and rewrite under your breath. Start drawing a random complex architectural diagram on your whiteboard. By 3 p.m., you should be visibly angry. Eat some chili peppers to force yourself to sweat. At 4 p.m., you should allow your rage to boil over and throw your last egg at the wall in a fit of rage. Slam your laptop closed and head home early. I would have written this part different. Reusing rage was a bit redundant. So, Wednesday. Wednesday is time to institute your technical sovereignty. Be the first one at your daily stand-up and run it like the scrum master you know you are. If someone talks for more than 10 seconds, immediately interrupt them and tell them to take it offline. Bring a notepad and take notes with a black pen. Keep a second red pen in your pocket. When it's your turn to speak, go on a long rant about all the horrible design patterns you've discovered in the code on Tuesday. Announce that you have already started designing the architecture for the inevitable rewrite. Name drop as many of the latest software frameworks and technologies as possible throughout your rant. Use words like big data, cloud, and scalability. Mention test-driven development at least 3 to 4 times. As you are speaking, lock eye contact with the person to your left and do not break until they look away. At this point, lock eye contact with the person to their left and do the same. By the time you're finished speaking, you will have gone full circle and sent a clear alpha signal to each one of them. Perform this ritual at every stand-up. If someone tells you to take it offline while you're speaking, brush it off. Inform them that what you are saying is the most important thing that has ever been spoken at this company. Then, pull the red pen out of your pocket and scribble their name down. Thursday. By Thursday, you have demonstrated that you are the strongest, smartest, and most passionate engineer on your team. When you get to your desk, rip your standard issue keyboard out and slide it off your desk. Plug in your own mechanical keyboard with CherryMX green or blue switches. Your typing will now be a constant audible reminder to your teammates that you aren't fucking around. Green is even louder. So blues are like 45 grams of pressure to activate, and greens are more. I forget the exact number. I think it's like real high. Yeah. I think it's like 110? I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. They're just the clicky version of the clears, I believe. All right, so log into your team's bug tracking software and look around for some low-hanging fruit to fix. Spend the rest of the day working and fixing them, but don't send any code reviews out. As you are working, make sure to look extra pissed off at all times, like you can't believe how your teammates managed to write such crappy code. Type more and more furiously as the day progresses. Do not eat lunch, do not take breaks. Only leave your desk when you're the last man in the office. All right? The key is do not send any code reviews out. Around 10 p.m., remote in from home and send your first code review out to your team. In an hour, send another. You should have fixed enough bugs during the day to do this for the next 4 to 5 hours. You are one hard-working, dedicated, badass motherfucker. It's the last day of your first week, and if you followed this guide perfectly, you are now undoubtedly the alpha of your new team. Send a working from home email out and take the day off. You deserve it. It's good, right? It is. I hope you know that was satire. It is definitely satire. Do not do this. No one will like you. You will never get a recommendation, right? Via like a reference, ever. People will call their friends that they know and be like, hey, I noticed you work with this guy. What's the deal? Like, right? Like, seriously, it happens. Yeah. But yeah, it's quite good. One of my favorite articles. All right, so let's hammer through some of these. So factory.net. Okay, it's a short one. It's originally titled Why I Hate Frameworks. Oh. This one's really good too. Let's pretend I've decided to build a spice rack. I've done small woodworking projects before, and I think I have a pretty good idea of what I need. Some wood and a few basic tools, a tape measure, a saw, a level, and a hammer. If I were going to build a whole house rather than just a spice rack, I'd still need a tape measure, a saw, a level, and a hammer, among other things. So I go to the hardware store to buy the tools, and I ask the sales clerk where I can find a hammer. A hammer? Ha! Nobody really buys hammers anymore. They're kind of old-fashioned. Surprised at this development, I ask him why. Well, the problem with hammers is that there are so many different kinds. Sledgehammers, claw hammers, ball peen hammers. What if you bought one kind of hammer and then realized that you needed a different kind of hammer later? You'd have to buy a separate hammer for your task. As it turns out, most people really want a single hammer that can handle all of the different kinds of hammering tasks you might encounter in your life. Well, I suppose that sounds all right. Can you show me where to find a universal hammer? No, we don't sell those anymore. They're pretty obsolete. Really? I thought you just said that the universal hammer was the wave of the future. Well, as it turns out, if you make only one kind of hammer, capable of performing all the same tasks as all those different kinds of hammers, then it isn't very good at any of them. Driving a nail with a sledgehammer isn't very effective, and if you want to kill someone, there's really no substitute for a ball peen hammer. There you go, Jason, yep. Well, that's true. So if nobody buys universal hammers anymore, and if you're no longer selling all those old-fashioned kinds of hammers, what kind of hammers do you sell? Actually, we don't sell hammers at all. So, according to our research, what people really needed wasn't a universal hammer after all. It's always better to have the right kind of hammer for the job, so we started selling hammer factories, capable of producing whatever kind of hammers you might be interested in using. All you need to do is staff the hammer factory with workers, activate the machinery, buy the raw materials, pay the utility bills, and presto, you'll have exactly the kind of hammer you need in no time. I don't remember what this word, but thank you, Sans Bullshit Sans. But I don't really want to buy a hammer factory. Oh, that's good, because we don't sell them anymore. Wait, but I thought you just said... Well, we discovered that most people don't actually need an entire hammer factory. Some people, for example, will never need a ball peen hammer. Maybe they've never had to kill someone. Maybe they killed them with ice picks instead. So, there's no point in someone buying a hammer factory that can produce every kind of hammer under the sun. Well, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So instead, we started selling schematic diagrams for hammer factories, enabling our clients to build their own hammer factories, custom engineered to manufacture only the kinds of hammers that they would actually need. Let me guess, you don't sell those anymore? Nope, sure don't. As it turns out, people don't want to build an entire factory just to manufacture a couple of hammers. Leave the factory building up to the factory building experts, that's what I always say. Okay, and I'd agree with you there. Yep, so we stopped selling those schematics and started selling hammer factory building factories. Each hammer factory is built for you by the top experts in the hammer factory business. So you don't need to worry about all the details that go into building a factory. Yet you still get all the benefits of having your own customized hammer factory, churning out your own customized hammers according to your own specific hammer designs. Well, that doesn't really... I know what you're gonna say, and we don't sell those anymore either. For some reason, not many people were buying the hammer factories, so we came up with a new bullshit to address the problem. God, I really want to know what word that is now. Solution. There we go, yeah. When we stepped back and looked at the global tool infrastructure, we determined that people were frustrated with having to manage and operate a hammer factory as well as the hammer factory that it produced. That kind of overhead can get pretty cumbersome when you deal with the likely scenario of also operating a tape measure factory, a saw factory, and a level factory, not to mention a lumber manufacturing conglomerate holding company. When we really looked at the situation, we determined that's just too complex for someone who really just wants to build a spice rack. Yeah, no kidding. So this week, we're introducing a general-purpose tool-building factory, so that all of your different tool factories can be produced by a single unified factory. The factory will produce only the tool factories that you actually need, and each of those factories will produce a single factory based on your custom tool specifications. The final set of tools that emerge from this process will be the ideal tools for your particular project. You'll have exactly the hammer you need, and exactly the right tape measure for your task, all at the press of a button, though you may have to deploy a few configuration files to make it all work according to your expectations. So, hold on, this is the other voice. So you don't have any hammers at all? None at all? No. If you really want a high-quality, industrially engineered spice rack, you desperately need something more advanced than a simple hammer from a rinky-dink hardware store. And this is the way everyone is doing it now. Everyone is using a general-purpose tool-building factory now. Whenever they need a hammer? Yes! All right. I guess that's what I'll have to do. This is the way things are done. I guess I better learn how to do it. Good for you! This thing comes with documentation, right? That is a really good article. Oh, man. All right, that one's going in the archive. We're making a command for it. I think the voices make it, so yeah. I'm gonna have to do that at some point. Alright. Yeah, that one's good. Yeah, that's a good one. I liked it. Exactly, Jack. Damn, that's a long one. Oh, God. Okay, so there's some game called Rogue. All right, hold up. So they're talking about Netscape at the beginning. Yeah, I'm not reading that whole thing. I'll give you guys the link. Nope. It's probably a really good read, though, so I will throw it into my archive. It's worth keeping. I'll read it on my own at some point, maybe. Yeah, so they're talking about open source, and then I think they eventually get into like games that have been open source now. Like, what does this have to do with Rogue? Oh, gotcha. Oh, that's kind of cool. So it goes into like this right here is pretty standard for like most terminal-based games, right? Which is kind of crazy. Right? Doesn't Dwarf Fortress like reuse a whole bunch of these glyphs in the same way? Yeah, trying it out. Alright, so yeah, not a bad read. All right, so looks like they did an analysis of the Threads Android app and the iOS app. Cool. All right, so it's a universal APK. They've got React Native for some portion of the app. Mostly using Jetpack Compose for its UI. I hate the stack navigation. I hate it so much. Right? You just start like clicking around and then all of a sudden you get to a point where you're like 20 levels deep and like you gotta like press back and like hide shit and back and hide and like it's just, yeah, I hate it. Just give me a web app, please. Give me a web app with routes. I bet it's better on Android, actually, because you always have the back button. All right, so they start looking at the iOS, and these are two things that stand out specifically for the iOS part. 0 dynamic libraries, whereas the Facebook one heavily utilizes them. And it also has one of the largest plugins this group has ever seen, called Barcelona Share Extension. At 81 megs. Yikes. So they got a thing called Cupid. And that's some like ML model stuff. Okay. So they were able to share a significant amount of code between Threads and Instagram. It looks like they needed to move fast and just shoved a bunch of Instagram code wherever it was needed. Nice. All right, so they look at startup times. I don't really care about that part. What's up, X? Okay. So yeah, they go into like some startup time stuff. That's kind of cool. And yeah, how's it going? What you up to, X? Interesting. So they've got an example here. Damn, this song's crunchy. Yikes. Alright, yeah. Yeah, interesting. So they're not supporting Metal on Mac, which I think is an issue. Or maybe they said they mentioned it, but yeah. The idea that you'd have to do your own, like context switches or whatever. Yeah, that's weird. Would kind of expect some more configurability, or at least maybe a generator or something. Ooh, this song got good. And hey, Indy. Yeah, what's up on the other place? Alright, so this person's saying, TypeScript, please give us types. What do they mean by it? Okay. Oh. That's pretty good. Last thing, if you do this, I will send you cake. And if it's in TypeScript 4.3, which I'm guessing was like closer and more recent to when they wrote this, there will be ice cream too. I do. So, the problem. Yeah, I think it's tough. There has to be some way to do it. And yeah, TypeScript's the right place for it. And hey, Clarkio, Mr. Sir. What's up, Xjob? How you doing? Yeah, so, I don't know. I think it would be hard to do, but it's the right place to do it. But a new language, maybe, is maybe even easier. But yeah, what were you up to today? And I'm guessing you might have to get going soon, but yeah. So today, only going up. Awesome. Oh, the game only up. Nice. How do you like that? I think I've seen a couple other people playing it. I didn't actually like watch the gameplay though. Like I just noticed that they were playing. Yeah, how is that game? Super frustrating. It's like Get Over It, right? Like the one where you're in like the giant cooking pot with the pickaxe or whatever. It's about as stressful as that one. Yeah, I didn't play Get Over It either. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm good. No, thank you. I remember watching Brett Damon, like, was his older name, if you remember him. I think it's just Brett now. But yeah, I remember watching him play it. Looks super frustrating. So yeah. Oh, it was a good time. He's a great person for those kind of games, right? He doesn't actually get that bummed, it seems. Like, you know, it's more about just enjoying it. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't mind playing frustrating games. I play Madden, don't I? Right? Right? Yeah. That's fine. Oh, you're on vacation. Nice. Hell yeah. Back to programming next week? Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, I just had a really fun idea for a bot that I'm going to write. And I'm going to do it for, I think, Time and Joyd's Gameathon or Game Jam or whatever they're calling it. Code Jam. That's it. No, not that one. But yeah, I don't know. I just thought it's something that I think is kind of fun to shout out. Like, you know, you're really good about hyping people up in your chat, right? So just like a follow-versary bot. If they chat, have the bot fetch their, like, you know, follow date, if possible. I don't know if the APIs exist yet, but if so, shout it out and just say, hey, follow-versary. I don't know. I think it'd be a fun one, right? User configurable text that happens, just probably doesn't even need a service. You could probably do it just purely through a browser source and TMI.js. Reputable company brand for MacBook sleeve case bags? Oh, I remember hearing about a bunch at one point. Shit. The company I used to work at, there were people that were like really big Mac heads. And like, they knew like all the best stuff. Hold on. Let me look at MacBook stand real quick. If I see it, I'll know exactly which one it is. Rain Design. Oh, I didn't want the stand. Ah. Oop. I think they do like good cases and stuff too. I don't remember. I don't have one. Maybe I'm mistaking that they're just a stand company. I thought they were more. Never mind. No, I guess I'm wrong. They had some other brand they hyped up. I don't remember it though. So, yeah, my bad. That's just for like stands and stuff. So yeah, we're in the middle of our tech news crawl. Just having some fun. But yeah, I want to do the follow-versary bot, see if they have the API. We'll probably look at that here just for a quick second, just to check. But here's something interesting that I wanted to look at. And we got like, you know, 3 or 4 more things to check out real quick. A few of them are memes, so they'll go fast. So type-only is a new language, but not a new syntax. It aims to be a strict subset of TypeScript. Any code that compiles with type-only will also compile with TypeScript. It is the pure typing part of TypeScript. So only interface and type definitions. I don't know what that means. Oh, meaning like maybe you can't do class. Maybe that's it. I don't know. We haven't worked on the election for a bit. So it's implemented from scratch, which is nice, and doesn't even require TypeScript as a dependency, which is cool. So validating JSON data with type only, the command line version. I'm guessing maybe like a REPL. Whoa, Lana! Hey! What's up? How you doing? How's the game stuff going? Yeah, what's up? Oh, and I should have done this ages ago. There we go. Bang. Yeah, welcome everyone. How y'all doing? I'm doing great. We're looking at just some random like tech news for the moment, and we'll be getting into feature flags here in a minute. Looks like file not found on that. Well, that's not good. Okay, it's just been updated. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. It seems interesting. For validating that, I don't understand how this works. But yeah, what were you doing today on your stream? And yeah, welcome everyone. Yeah, thank you. Optimization, then UI design? Nice. Yeah, how do you typically, like, when you say UI design, you're talking, like, is that, like, the menus and stuff, or more like just, like, the heads-up display, like, UI? I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the same page. Nice. Started with menu, tomorrow's heads-up display? Awesome. Yeah, do you do all that in just, like, pure Unity, or do you use any middleware for that? Like, I know... What's the big one? Scaleform or whatever? No. Something like that. I know I've heard of like Scaleform and some of that stuff from like menu stuff, and it's actually Flash under the hood, which is funny. I think it's Scaleform. I might be mixing that up. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check that now. Right? So when you play like some like AAA games, yeah. And you see like the menus and stuff, like especially like Borderlands, etc. Yeah, that's Flash. Like totally. It's totally Flash. So yeah, Scaleform is what they use for like the heads-up displays in those games. I know, right? Oh, I had a blast with Flash. I had like an animation class, and I did 3 like trimesters of that in high school, and it was fun. And then I got to move up to the 3D Studio Max, which was great. There was just one cluster of 3D Studio Max desks, so you had like to wait till someone graduated to like snag a spot. But yeah, Flash was fun. It was still hands down my favorite thing to like trace something into SVG with, which you can do automatically most of the time these days anyway. But just like the shortcuts for like just clicking and dragging like the curve tool, so much better than like Adobe Illustrator's Bezier for some reason. Like theirs just takes so much more effort. Yeah, I really miss like Flash just for the tracing. But yeah, so yeah, y'all learned something today. Scaleform, which powers a bunch of like the AAA game stuff, is Flash. But yeah, it makes sense that you're probably just doing it right there in Engine, right? I think the main reason they do it in like for these is because theoretically, you don't have to like tie up the GPU as much. This can run at CPU level. Because it's not like too important. I think that's also why some games like lag when you're like pulling up the menu, because it's actually spawning a whole new process. Oh, it's called Sans Bullshit Sans. It's great. Yeah, I know, it's fine. I get it, I get it. It makes sense to me. Thanks, Beta. So yeah, Pure, I get it. It makes sense. Hold on, Pure, is your name a reference to I Heart Huckabees? Is it a reference to the Pure Being? Oh, okay, okay, so I'm pronouncing it wrong, probably. I was just curious, have you been asked that before? Because there's a part in that film where, to experience pure being, they smack themselves in the face with a big rubber ball. And it's like, you know, it puts you in the moment instead of like thinking about your material world bullshit. Pure B? Okay, cool. It's a very fun philosophical film. If you haven't seen I Heart Huckabees, I recommend it. And Danielle, Mr. Sir, how you doing? Man, 27 months. That's huge. That's almost 4 years. Woo. Or not years. Four sub babies. Sorry, not years. That's what I was thinking. Brain fart. Sorry. So yeah, 4 sub babies. What Oakland A's player are they gonna be? Are they all named Ricky? Oh, easy grind method for the rookie premieres? Yeah. Ricky Jr., Ricky the Third. Yep. If y'all don't know, he's referencing Ricky Henderson, who was a very fast baseball player. He held, like, stealing records for a long time, right? I'm not sure if those ever got broken. Yeah, because Danielle is, oh, he still has them. Yeah. Yeah, Danielle is an Oakland A's fan, and he plays MLB The Show a lot. If you want to see some MLB gameplay, really fun stuff over there. Very just, you know, wholesome community. $1,400 over the career, 130 in a single season. Has there ever been anyone that got close? I'm curious about that one. And yeah, so, for everyone out there, this is Sans Bullshit Sans. That, if you set it as your browser default font, websites that respect your default browser font, right, that don't override it with important or some BS, you get the magic of this, right? Paradigm shift. Bull fucking shit. Closest is 900. Yikes. So yeah, this is a fantastic font to have. Just make sure you don't have it when you're possibly giving a presentation to a conference online. I think that was for the Rust one, right? But okay, so yeah, let's finish up. I'm not sure about this language. It is interesting. But it just seems like too much work, and it doesn't seem that heavily maintained. Oh, and this is kind of cool. Yeah, like a little microblog thing of just people who posted their blogs on Hacker News. Yeah, nifty. I think this is great because, right, a lot of this stuff used to just be like, oh, put it in some subreddit, and now people are really like trying to find other places for it, which is cool. Okay, so yeah, tech debt metaphor maximalism. Yeah, so this right here. Yeah. Oh man, we just skipped ahead to the perfect part. Nice. We don't even need to read the whole article. Here's the link if you need it. Alright, so tech debt in its simplest form is the time you didn't spend making tasks more efficient. When you think of it that way, it's obvious that zero tech debt is a silly choice, right? Because this right here, how long can you work on making a routine task more efficient before you're spending more time than you save across 5 years? So, how much time you shave off versus how often you do the task. If you're doing it once a day and you save 1 second, or sorry, if you save 1 second and you're doing it 50 times a day, then you're going to save 1 day over the course of 5 years. That could be worth it, okay. If you do it 50 times a day and it takes 5 seconds, then you're getting into like, okay, 5 days. All right, over 5 years, that's a day a year. If it's a 30-second task, ooh, man, right? If you do it 50 times a day, you could save yourself 4 weeks. So if you could automate something like that in less than 4 weeks, hugely worth it. Right? Speeding up your dev process of like shipping changes to the browser and rebuilding and all that stuff. And that's why people complain about the build times of Next.js and why people complain about compile times of Rust and all that stuff. Because the more often you're doing it, the more it adds up and the more you have to like focus on making that faster. So yeah, 1 minute, 8 weeks, 5 minutes, 9 months of your life. You could make a baby by automating a 5-minute task. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Now, if you start getting into tasks that take a day to do, but you only do it yearly, you'll save 5 days. That's actually really not that worth it, right? Meh, you're good. Just spend 1 day a year doing it. Could you really automate that task that takes an entire day in less than 5 days? Hell no. You'd never get a return on your time investment, right? Now, once we start looking at some of these numbers, this is where it starts to get real interesting. So an hour-long task 5 times a day, oh, you'll save 10 months, right? If you have a lot of people doing those tasks in a company, that's why you get, a lot of internal tools to try and really automate something that people do frequently enough a day that takes enough of their time, right? Even if they're only doing that task an hour long a day, if you could automate it in less than 2 months and you have a bunch of people doing it, you can actually, scale that value that you gain. So again, internal tools that optimize around these kinds of things here, where the heaviest values are gained, those are the biggest wins. Right? And when we think about it, do we think that's the majority of tasks and things that get done that need optimizing? No. So really just wonder, how often do you do a thing? How worth it is it to optimize it? Ooh, standard. Thank you. Yeah, we were going to look at that after we looked at this. Yeah. So you can almost, think about this at a computing level too, right? It's not going to be directly related to your time investment as a software developer, but there's probably some way of calculating a value for the optimization that you've done for a thing, right? And if you're only shaving, take these down to maybe an order of magnitude from milliseconds to seconds to whatever, I bet we could come up with a similar graph, right? How much compute time would you save, right? And then actually equate a dollar value to that, because compute time is actually measurable and quantifiable against budgets like AWS. So that could be a fun project. I like that idea. think that would be a fun thing. Oh, hold on. That's not the one. It's not automation, it's automation chart, and that's it. They know the one I want. I want to talk to Samson. Is it worth the time? Oh, and here's the best part too. When we mouse over, don't forget the time you spend finding the chart to look up what you save, and the time spent reading this reminder about the time spent, and the time trying to figure out if either of those actually makes sense. Remember, every second counts towards your life total, including these right now. So yeah, they always have a good, fun, cheeky alt text on there. Validating code optimization. Or at least try. Boom. Okay. So yeah, I think that was worth it. And yeah, I'll check that out in a second, Standard. Thank you. So yeah, this is a great chart. Totally worth getting at. This one's really not bad either. So, right, let's look at it. I spent a lot of time on this task. I should write a program automating it. Here's the theory of what it's going to do. So work on the original task, right? Time spent over time, or like the amount of work to do over time decreases, right? You think you're going to increase that by doing the writing the code part, and then automation takes over, and then vastly decreased. Oh, and it's a function of your free time. This is actually how it works. So you work, you write the code, you debug it, you rethink the thing, and ongoing development. And this almost exactly follows the graph that they have for like emerging technology as well, right? There's like the heavy spike, right? Mass interest, trough of disillusionment, ongoing development. Right, so this is maybe like almost, like it's not exactly the same thing, but it's almost like a fundamental of how that stuff works, how technology works in general. You could probably find something to do with that with CPUs and CPU speed eventually, if you maybe like crank down the amplitude a bit. But yeah. So yeah, no time for original task anymore because you're maintaining the new thing. This is how startups actually end up pivoting sometimes too. I'm almost positive that's how Mixer started. Almost positive that's how Mixer started. They were like, okay, we got this, we got this like Minecraft hosting thing. We're making money. Like we're early. It's pretty good. What if we like let people stream their game as well, right? How hard could that be? And they start building it, making it as a feature for their original like hosting platform or whatever. And then, oh, you know what? Yeah, cool. Let's just focus on that. And then Beam happened. And then, yeah, I bet they just sold off or got rid of that Minecraft hosting part. Right? No time for original task anymore. So that's kind of funny. And if you didn't know that, yeah, Mixer totally started from a kid whose parents helped fund him starting up a... I think that's how it started. Maybe he did it bootstrapped, but I'm pretty sure not. But yeah, like totally building out a Minecraft hosting server, like company. and killing it. Like, kind of cool. So wait, hold on. What's this? Automating comes from the roots auto, meaning self, and mating, meaning screwing. I hadn't read that before. Oh, shit. Okay, that was good. That was awesome. Oh, I love it. Oh, man. Ah, that's genius. It was nice. I needed a good core exercise workout today. All right, let's check this out. So, people learning JavaScript. I'll use array.sort to sort this list of numbers. Yeah. Yeah. Right. What's that called? Lexicographic sort? Looks at it like words instead of numbers. Oh, this song's good. Alright, so here's another one. Yeah, most of these are just memes now, and we're gonna check that that API. So wait, what's the joke? Oh, I'm okay. They listened to If You're Happy and You Know It, right? And they tend to listen to Nine Inch Nails, Marilyn Manson, Weezer, right? Tool, all that stuff, right? But because they listened to You're Happy and You Know It once, boom, there's your Spotify ad. You totally want this, right? You wanted Kids Bop again, yeah? Like, duh. Okay. So that's funny. Good job, Spotify. Alright, let's see this one. Using a normal Turing-complete language for AI, or for machine learning, I guess. Using a novelty Turing-complete language. Oh, they used brainfuck? Oh my. Using a Turing-complete visual language, PowerPoint, and using a Turing-complete data inquiry. Ah, so it's just Turing completeness. That's it. Okay. So yeah. Alright, cool. Right, using something like C, sure. Then using something like brainfuck. Okay. But then programming with PowerPoint. Alright. Then doing it because SQL is Turing complete. So it's about Turing completeness and like how crazy you get with like the language you pick. What we need to do is start adding the other like 2 levels left and go Minecraft and then Terraria. Maybe possibly Factorio. Right, so it's about programming with the least useful languages. We need CSS in there. Programming using a Turing-complete CSS implementation. So CSS as a backend would have to go in there. Yeah, there we go. Makes sense. It's a bit high level, but it works. It's just about like programming with the worst possible language you can. And all right. So, that basically sums up our news portion of things. I do want to look at this, I hit stop on the recording too soon, probably. But yeah, I do want to look at this Twitch API real quick. So you'd have to paginate through them, which would be tough. Oh, yeah, no, that's it. You just pass the user ID. And I think you were saying that, right? Yep. Oh, you were looking at the response, actually. Yeah, we can actually pass this as a request query param and get just that one user, and that would be the API we use. Yeah, this is doable. Yeah, thank you, Standard. I'm not sure. So it's going to include the moderator, read, followers scope. So I believe it's only for a certain channel. I don't think you can, well, yeah, I'm not sure if you can read. Look at it this way. So Fruit Shop, no, hold on. Anyone who's not a mod, try clicking someone's name and seeing if you see their follow date. Oh, did I miss that part? Oh, or the user must be a moderator for the specified broadcaster. Okay. And hey, Coding with Luke. What you up to? Yeah, so let me go paste this over to the thing. Yeah, I got a project. Yeah, thank you for the invade. Appreciate you. I just came up with a project idea for Time and Joyd's Code Jam, and I'm gonna go let them know about it too. Is there a channel for that? I just have to ask for it. So yeah, let me just do that. What's Code Jam? There you go, Major. No, so it's more like a hackathon kind of just, you know, thing. Like, not like a fast hackathon, like couple days. It's like a week. Just make something based around, like, time itself and using, like, Twitch APIs. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people are doing, like, group projects. This is one I could hammer out in, like, a day. So I'm not worried about that. Right, it'll all run inside of a browser source and everything. Okay, cool. Younger version of Robert Patrick? Oh, people have told me the Edward Furlong, not the Robert Patrick. Interesting. Right? I've heard the Edward Furlong one so much that we've got that. Other people have said Daryl from The Walking Dead. I think that's when I have longer hair, maybe. Definitely when I have the mustache. But, I don't know. Yeah. I've heard the Edward Furlong one for a long time. If you're a snowboarder, I probably look exactly like Scotty Whitlake to you. Especially when I have longer hair. Yeah, those are the ones I get. I don't think I necessarily see them. I don't see the Robert Patrick, though, which is interesting. But oh well. All right, so what we did yesterday is we actually got our tests to pass, which is awesome. Trying to see like where that was just to be sure. Yeah, so it was above here. Yep, so our tests passed, we got the percentiles and all that stuff logged perfectly. Awesome. Sweet. Cool. So, the part that we are working on today, we got the JS client finished. What we end up needing to do now is update our other clients, right? That's at least one part. We've also got some, like, fixes to make here. There's some way of like the state getting out of sync where one of these is a gradual and the other is not. And I need to figure that one out. Right? Like these other two ended up being toggles. If I go back and do new, starts as a toggle. Yeah, so that's not it. Okay, so I need to log in. I think one of it was I changed like one value and we merged it, and my merge didn't actually take effect. Yep, yes, we have a bug when I'm doing my merge from the remote into main. and it's really not a huge bug. I need to like just check for a certain kind of change, and then we're good. Right? Then I just need to like propagate it to the others. But yeah, okay, so, sorry, Coding with Luke. You caught me right as I was finishing the news crawl. Coding with Luke, have you ever read this article? So the title is Modern Software Development Summarized. It was originally titled Why I Hate Frameworks by Benji Smith. It's pretty good. Nobody really buys hammers anymore. Okay, so everyone from Coding with Luke's raid. Yeah, that one was really good, Goatmeal. We read through it earlier today. I even did like a voice for like the salesman guy. It describes all dev, right? Every framework gravitates towards the same thing. Right? Every language, every platform, etc. Right? There was some... Like, there's some rule, like, every hosting provider eventually becomes, like a hosted database provider. It's just like a fact of life, you know? We're currently working on a feature flag tool, and of that, we need to actually put it to a vote. Right, so I have the client library built and tested for JSTS right now. We just finished that yesterday. What we need to do next is implement any one of these. So which one should we do first? We're gonna do a poll. And we use Polyday for it. So which client SDK next? And we're only gonna do the ones we have done so far. Let me just add those. Because we're not trying to implement new ones yet, but after we've done these and after we've released some other things, we will most likely implement some others, such as a Zig one and possibly an OCaml one. Because I think the OCaml one would then be useful inside of Reason and BuckleScript? Or whatever they called it now? So yeah, that might work. It might not work with the BuckleScript, whatever they call it now. What do they call the new thing? Like Reason and whatever? Like they split from Reason? Reason stays the traditional, like OCaml specific, and BuckleScript or whatever it is. Rescript, that's it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Rescript might not work. So isn't Melange different? I thought melange was separate. Melange is a thing to try and glue them all together. So as long as I focus on the melange compiler, I might be good, right? Yeah. But it has like a subset of OCaml that works with all of them or something? Or maybe I could do like directives that would have certain sections work for either? Things like that? I don't know. I'm curious. Theoretically, you can target all of them with melange though, right? We've seen Ann Montero even in here in chat. It's been a while. We've had moments. He's still, you know, great in my book. Okay. Well, no, so reason is still its own thing, right? And melange and reason are not the same thing. Melange is aiming to be what I thought was a cross-compiler for all of them. Right? So theoretically, it might take the OCaml that you're writing and even convert it to Rescript. I'm pretty sure of that. Oh. Oh, never mind. No. Oh, I see. Never mind. You're right. You're right. I was mistaking it. I had this wrong. What melange does is it compiles the traditional reason and OCaml to JavaScript, whereas Rescript is its own separate, entirely different thing. Right? That's it. So I would theoretically be able to write reason or OCaml as long as I'm supporting these. We could then target JavaScript too. That's not really a necessary thing for what I'm doing right now. But yeah, I'd probably just write it in like reason can call OCaml libraries and stuff, right? I thought there was like compatibility between those at least. Yeah? So theoretically I could just write it as OCaml and it would be usable inside of reason. Is it the other way? Could I write reason code and use it inside of OCaml? And that's what I'm wondering now. Okay, would that be it? Okay. I would have to make HTTP calls. Okay, I'm gonna have to really check with Tej. He probably knows way more about this ecosystem than I do. Wait. Yeah, I haven't looked at Reason for ages. Okay, so yeah, what client SDK next? So Elixir, PHP, Python, C#, Go, Rust, Ruby, Lua. Yeah, it is a bit confusing. All right, so here is the URL. Do we still have that synchronicity bug? I think we do. Oh, do we got a bug? Oh, it's not vote, it's, results. That's it. All right. No one wants to vote? It's fully anonymous. What language do y'all want to see me code in? Keep in mind that we do have these libraries already written for the version 0.x branch, but we need to actually update them for the new schema that we have so that we can do some other really cool stuff, right? We got like a manifest file and all sorts of stuff now. So we got some code to write in all these languages. What do y'all think? People elsewhere, I got a link for you. Yeah, sorry, we're only making sure we do an implementation I currently have, and then we can start doing like new languages after I've satisfied what we already have, right? We don't want to like abandon any of the stuff that we've already made. Where do you vote? Right there. All right, so it should be reactive now. See if this one is. Oh, that one's the active one now. All right, whatever. All right, so Rust is winning. And yeah, how's it going, Trev? Oh yeah, no worries. Mr. Sir. You know what I can do while we're voting? Ooh. Ooh. I can pour a whiskey, but I gotta go grab that whiskey. Yeah, so I got a haircut. You know, I did that on like the charity stream. You know, look at how bald I am. It's even creeping back. Yeah, it'll probably be like a full friar tuck by the time I'm, you know, 45, 50 maybe. I'm alright with it. Distinguished. But yeah, like my yellow beanie really doesn't fit very well without the hair because it's like stretched out. These ones are a little too skull cappy. I'm trying to like stretch these just a little bit more. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the yellow one I have that's good for the hair. Like when I have hair. Man, yeah, that one's good. It's like a holiday in to Turkey. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you mean to like replace the hair? Fuck no. I am what I am. That was Descartes, right? No, that was Popeye. Shit, what was that in where they made that joke? Someone says I am what I am, and oh yeah, shit. And they're like, was that Descartes? No, that was Popeye. Like, right? Like, it's so good. They might have actually like mixed them up and said I am therefore I am. Right? Because it's I think therefore I am, which is the Descartes line. Could green screen some hair. Yeah, I mean, green screening the beanie. I've got a brighter one if I want to do that. If I wanted to green screen, the bright one is much better. And that's where the hay comes from. Someone rotoscoped that one. Yeah, that one's good. And real quick, hold on. Let me shout out the follows. So, Snare, Papita, Beta Gabe, I think I called out. Thank you. Major and Marcus. Yeah, thank y'all for the follows. Let me go grab my whiskey. I got water. Yeah, I just need the whiskey itself, and I will be right back. It looks like Rust has won the vote. Yeah. Again, anyone that would like to get their votes in that didn't see it beforehand, that's how you do it. And yeah, we will be implementing whichever one. Yeah, no worries. There's a few that people didn't vote for, I think. I know we put more in that list. No one voted for Lua? Alright, looking for the code jam stuff. Alright. Not sure what channel the Code Jam stuff is happening in yet, but I'll figure that out. Oh, maybe it's on the website. Maybe that's it. But okay, let me pour one of these. And yeah, we're gonna be hopping into some Rust, it looks like. And remember, all this is already written. Not like all of it, but like we have something. It's up on. Oh, that's weird. Where did I put that tab? I lost it. Oh, I definitely want that. Keep that around. Here it is. Yeah, so this one. We've got something up on crates right now. Oh, no we don't. That's right. Oh, so I gotta fix that link. I know it's in there, though. I just messed up the link. Yeah, so it's Vexilla client. It's crates/Vexilla client. I think they changed that up on me at one point. I think it used to be the other way around. Or am I thinking of the other crates? I don't remember. JS to Rust transpiler first? Nah, I'm good. No thanks. I've got the stuff written already. We're just gonna do that. But it's on version 0.0.1. So yeah, we could do with a proper 1.0, right? That'd be nice. Yassine, I don't know, man. Oh, and Marif, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Depends on the doctor. If you mean literally just people with doctorates. All right, let me pour some water. Exactly. Yeah, it all depends. Sponsored by Depends. Mithrandir, you don't have to pick only one second language, right? I'm about to dive into some Rust because I can write in any of these. Doesn't mean I'm like the most proficient, best programmer ever in the world with them, no. But it means I can read it and I can hack some shit out. I can Google my way through most problems. It's pretty cool. It's a nice skill to have. Exactly, Trav, right? All it takes is just, effort. That's fine, Strachan. Yeah, it's not my way, but nothing wrong with it. I think I'm waiting until GPT-5, maybe. I'm gonna wait till the series is over and then just binge them. I'm doing the same thing for the Fast and Furious movies at this point, too. I'm just going to wait till the whole series is done and then just binge them. That's how I do it with TV shows. Why would I do it any different for anything else? That's what I'm going to do for music, too. I'm just going to wait for all the rest of the music ever to be made and then just, binge it. Yeah, exactly. Favorite movie? Basketball. It's actually, that's one of the simplest ones. If you want to actually do it by genre, might be easier, but basketball. I can do the movie of basketball pretty much all the way through with a little bit of prompting. Exactly, Trim. Yeah, no big deal. Yeah, I had a friend that could do that with Cable Guy. Right, you put on Cable Guy, and with enough prompting, he can say the entire film. I can do the same thing with basketball. The only part that gets me is the narrator at the beginning. I don't remember every single line of the and then they tried intersports play, right? Like that whole spiel. But none of it seemed to bring the fans back. I swear. You guys rip on me 13 or 14 more times, I'm out of here. At least they want me on the team. Yeah, they want me on the team. So yeah, so it's not call him that, right? It's right after the part where he's like, I am not, right? But then it's, you guys rip on me 13 or 14 more times. But listen to what they're saying too, like their whole team lives in that house. Right? When they're saying it, it's you'll do... All right, so you'll be responsible for 1/12 of the water bill, 1/12 of the power bill, 1/12 of the cable bill. They have 12 people living in that house. Right? So that's why he's he's getting the dog bed. Dude, you can get a check with a $100 bill hanging out of your zipper. Yeah, I could. No, you couldn't. And they just keep going. Yeah. It's classic. It's a great film. It's one of my favorite films. It is my favorite film. But if you wanted to get into what's my favorite sci-fi, oh, well then we got some stuff to talk about. And that one's much harder. That is much harder. There you go. Yeah, Orgasmo's good. Cannibal the Musical is good. My favorite part of Cannibal the Musical is when they have, obviously, I think just the Asian foreign exchange students from the local college as the Indians. And the part of the joke is, what? You don't think we are Indian? We have teepee? Right? It's super good. And the guy that plays the chief is also the sushi guy from Orgasmo. Pick for favorite sci-fi? I think Fifth Element might be up there for proper serious sci-fi. But Ice Pirates is right up there for cheesy sci-fi. Ice Pirates is, whew. Whew, so good. Spaceballs is great. Yeah, that's where comedy is tougher. Yeah, Spaceballs is a direct farce, whereas almost even satire. Whereas Ice Pirates is more just I guess, hold on, no. Spaceballs is more of a satire and a parody, whereas Ice Pirates is more of a farce, I guess. I don't know. Different kind of comedy at that point. Run, Ronnie, Run is good. Yeah. David Cross or whatever. It's not my favorite of his. He's good. I don't know. He's done better stuff, I think. Increasingly Poor Decisions of Todd Margaret, I think, is his masterpiece. It's so good. As far as things he stars in, I think he's better as like a character actor or like, you know, side character. Voice actor, amazing. Sorry, I'm a huge movie buff. Hope you know this. Yeah, Odenkirk's good. If you like those two guys, you should check out Mr. Show. You even get to see like young, like Jack Black on there. Mr. Show is actually where Tenacious D got their start. Yeah. If you haven't seen Mr. Show yet, that's a must. That's, like, based on what you're saying you enjoy and like for sure. It should be on Tubi. It's been on like the live streaming platform, like the free streaming platforms, not live streaming. So it was on Tubi for a while. It might be on Pluto. Check Crackle as well. The odds are pretty high. It's on one of them. And none of these are like pirate sites at all. These are fully legitimate sites to watch these things on, right? Tubi is owned by Fox. Pluto is owned by NBC or Universal. You know, same thing. I forget who owns Crackle. Bill Hicks. Comic sketch is tougher, but Bill Hicks is my favorite like stand-up comedian in general. And hey, what up, Algo? How you doing? Yeah, firm handshakes. Whiskey's all around. I know, I'm kidding. Sorry, not trying to tempt you. Yeah. Good luck on your journey, man. Yeah, day 40. That's awesome, man. Congrats to you. So yeah, let's get to hacking out some Rust. Let's make it happen. Yeah, awesome, Algo. Yeah, I think the bike is a great way too, because running, you'll shred your knees, right? You'll fuck up your hips. But yeah, like as long as you have your bike height proper, you're good to go. So that might be something to double check. Just make sure you're never like fully extending to like a straight leg. Right? You want to always have at least like a little bit of bend in your leg. Yeah, I mean, a big part of it though is making sure that, so I think it's a stationary bike though, Goatmeal. But I'm just pointing out, like, make sure your seat is positioned right. And that's one of the worst things you can do biking wise if you're like ever like almost like hyperextending your knee style. You really don't want to do that. Yeah, I need to get my bike out. I have a couple broken spokes on my wheels, but it's not the end of the world. But I do need to go just get some new rims. They'd be lighter anyway. These are like ancient, like stainless steel rims. But yeah, you got this, man. See, I'm trying to get that Men's Warehouse sponsorship. Now, I don't know who Indochino is. Yeah. I would like to slim down just in general. TwitchCon would be a good milestone. But, Yeah. Like, bespoke. I mean, I'd still get it, like any suit I get tailored. Sure. Yeah, for sure. I don't like commenting on people's appearance too much, but, you know, I'll agree with the statement, just to back it up. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just like making sure your heart's healthy. There was a while where I really wasn't doing any exercise, and like I was even like going to sleep and feeling like, I don't know, like just something weird, which sucked. And since I've been doing like a walk, like every other day is pretty much like the cadence, I haven't had that feeling at all going to sleep anymore. So it's pretty cool. I really like that. And I was even having that feeling when I was like thinner, before I like, you know, really tacked it on. So yeah, like just getting some good cardio, probably worth it. Yep. Last blood work all came back great? Nice. Yeah, last time I went for blood work, they said no significant liver damage. That was the part I took away from that. But I had some like almost like hyperketosis like going. Most likely because I hadn't eaten, and I do like the keto thing. Not like fully hyperketosis, but like I don't think they said significant, like no detectable liver damage, right? Now that was like a year ago. Maybe 2 years ago. So I should probably go back. Super low carb to maintain. Yeah, I mean, I've never done like full on proper ketosis. Like I'll do a Red Bull in the morning, you know? I did quit Red Bulls for a while, which was nice. But yeah, I've never been like full on proper ketosis, but I definitely like feel it. And just having that like hungry feeling for part of the day, I don't know, it's nice. I know, I'm not going like fully ketoned, but I am getting at least somewhat there because they measured it. And I definitely had a Red Bull that day. Yeah, I don't believe in the zero carb bullshit. Hell no. I get headaches from fake sugar. But what I'm getting at, though, Strachan, is still, like, even though I'm not going into full-on proper ketosis, they were still noticing elevated ketones, which is interesting. And what's up, Robert Lightheart? Ooh. I probably said your name wrong. Sorry, I mixed up where the H and the T were. I mean, exercise really doesn't burn calories, right? It's all about just calories in, calories out. Is that it? Okay. I said it right? Cool. I just want to make sure, like, I don't know, the G could have been silent, and I could get that, but, you know, I might have messed it up. Okay, cool. Dutch name. Nice. So, the thing we're doing, we are going to start working on the Rust client for a static file-based feature flag system. Yeah, exactly, Strachan. Yeah, there was that whole... Like, it's probably terrible for you, but there was like a professor at one point that proved it to his class, that he could lose weight eating Twinkies, right? Because it's about calories in, calories out. Now, I hope he was at least taking a vitamin or something. Like, holy shit. But, like, he ate Twinkies and, like, terrible food and lost weight because he consumed the calories he needed. Or, like, not even the amount of calories he needed, and he was burning some of the fat he had, right? So it's almost like fasting, you know, but not quite. It's like, you know, just reducing your intake. Which is actually a thing that people advertised and encouraged during the 70s. Which is why I don't fucking trust any health influencers. I don't trust a single fucking health influencer. Because health influencers of the 70s pushed the sugar diet. Oh, it boosts your metabolism. Curse at Rust? Nah, I don't do that, Goatmeal. I don't know if you know this. I've been doing Rust since like 2016. I'm actually OG triple OG. I went to the first RustConf. I was there for the first Tokyo Hack Night. Before async await ever existed. I still lament the loss of Eventual. Eventual was such a cleaner, easier to deal with abstraction for async await, basically. So it didn't do it, but there was wrappers around Eventual that were so easy to use. Like, oh my god, it was the simplest, like, async await implementation. So yeah, I'm just pointing out, like, I've done Elixir since back then. I've done Go since back then. Like, man. If you thought I'm just some JavaScript bro, no. I use just the tool to get shit done, and I can get shit done quicker with TypeScript usually. I don't need to optimize into something else. But you want to know something? There was a time when we did a bunch of Elixir on this stream, making the API for StreamParrot. Yeah, totally. I don't give a shit. No, I'm not saying that. There are people who accuse me of it. People think that stuff, you know. So yeah, I'm just pointing out, like, I like trying new languages, right? Good ideas are portable. My first time trying and using pattern matching changed the way I think about how I want to do dev and other things, right? My first functional languages, etc., changed the way I think about how I do other things. My first properly fluent API that felt almost functional at that point felt exactly like piping in Elixir, right? Like, dude, easy. Yeah, exactly. Anyone who tries to do that shit is either doing it for entertainment value, probably, which is hard to see through, and that's why when people say something is just a joke when they're gatekeeping a language or whatever, it's like, there are people that don't perceive it that way. And if you alienate any of them, I feel like you've done harm. Right? There are people out there in the world that just their job is doing PHP or whatever people want to meme against. All the jokes against it do harm, right? Makes them feel worse about the job they have. When instead, they're doing exactly what matters, delivering value. So yeah, I don't like it when a joke throws someone under the bus for just doing something, you know? Except for when it's Bill Hicks talking about musicians and their like anti-drug rants, right? Musicians who speak out and actively like are against drugs, boy, they suck. Like, yeah, for sure. So just gonna point that out. If you think drugs are bad and no one should do drugs and they're the worst thing ever, I want you to take every album, every CD you have, go home and burn them. Because every musician that's enriched your lives throughout the years, real fucking high on drugs. They had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake. We all live in a yellow submarine? Yeah, come on. Come on down, Ringo. Yoko's gone. We can party again. Anyone who's ever seen a Bill Hicks stand-up or, like, you know, listen to the stuff, I nailed it, didn't I? I fucking nailed the impressions and everything. Yeah, nailed it. I mixed up some of them. I took a little poetic license with it, but I nailed it, didn't I? All right. So yeah, thank you for the follow, Couch Potato. Appreciate you. All right, so let's actually go look at some Rust code. Where's that? Where's that? So client Rust. right here. And here's the biggest thing I'm going to want to do. We have ported what we got into here. Yeah, exactly. Right? I'm tired of hearing these stories. Oh, young man on acid today jumped off a building thinking he could fly. What an asshole! If he could fly, why didn't he take off from the ground up? I want to hear a good drug story on the news. Today, a young man on acid realized that we are all merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're the imagination of ourselves, and there's no such thing as pain. Here's Tom with the weather. Why'd they put a jar on a car? Hey, man! Your face is melting. Hold on, wait. Hey, man! Shit, what is melting? Oh, quick, put it in the jar. I forget what they say is melting. Oh, the sky is melting. Quick, put it in the jar. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah. Thanks, Algo. Man, I haven't listened to that stuff in forever, too, and I'm glad I can still recall it. Like, that's pretty fun. Oh, yeah, Algo, my favorite bit of his is actually, right? Y'all remember when Yul Brynner came out with those commercials? I'm Yul Brynner and I'm dead now. Well, shit. All right, what's he selling? Right? Smoking cigarettes killed me. Oh, Jeselnik's great too. Right? So, yeah. Smoking cigarettes killed me. And I died of lung cancer. Right? It's like, well, okay, I get it. But they could have made that joke for anyone. Right? They could have done that for that Jim Fix guy. You remember that health nut? Jogged 10 miles a day, ate nothing but figs and tofu? Yeah, he's dead. Died of a heart attack while running. Right? They're both in heaven right now, just saying, like, you know, Jim's just looking over at Yul, like, hold on, no. Jim's sitting there thinking, like, well, Jim's up, that's the joke. Jim's up in heaven now, thinking, you know, oh, I used to watch Yul Brynner, right? Pass me by in his limousine, coming home from a good night of drinking, cigar in one hand, whiskey in another, a part that I don't necessarily want to objectify too much at this point. Right? Oh, Yul, that lifestyle will get to you one of these days. They're both dead now, right? Shit. Yeah, right? I don't know. I fucked up the lines there. No worries there, Beta. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, thanks for chilling. Yeah, so they do that part, and he's like, but yeah, can you imagine if they did that bit for me, right? Like, I'm Bill Hicks, and I'm dead now. Cigarettes didn't kill me. A bunch of angry non-smokers killed me after the show. I tried to run, they were faster than I. I tried to hide, they heard me wheezing. He has so many good bits. Yeah, Bill Hicks is great. If you're not familiar with Bill Hicks, check it out. Like, most of his, like, comedy routines, like the CDs he released, are, like, fully available on YouTube to listen to. So check him out. Like, super good. There's definitely some bits that go over the rails. But yeah. And yeah, thanks, Goku. I don't think I'm at Topher levels yet right now. Let me just point that out. Topher is what happens at about 3 a.m. with too much whiskey. But yeah, Algo, you saw Carlin on his last tour? Ooh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I'd love that. Now, do I actually have... Yeah, I do have the plugin. Rust Analyzer... Could not discover the workspace. Right. Ooh. What's the right way to fix that when you're doing like a Bazel monorepo? Yeah, Trev, are you familiar with Rust workspaces, etc.? I'm sure there's just some like file I gotta do, right? It's like a .workspace or something. So it goes in the cargo toml. I don't think that's the fix. So this is an annoying thing with VS Code, and it's really my problem. I wonder if Rust Analyzer could like take a local config and save it to just like a .vs code folder. And in that local config, it would just tell Rust Analyzer where the workspace root is. Yeah, this used to be its own repo, and it was really easy. And the hack would just be to open up a new VS Code instance that's just in the folder for Rust Analyzer. But then, like, I don't know, just more VS Code instances is never the answer. So I think there's some config. Hold on. Rust Analyzer, VS Code. There's a config for it, right? No worries, Goatmeal. Yeah, appreciate you. Thank you for chilling. Okay, so color config, semantic style config. Nope. Yeah, he'll probably be lurking a bunch though, Goatmeal. So yeah, like it's effectively a goodbye. Yeah, so shit. Doesn't look to me like there's a config I can do for it. So the hack is just new instance. Ooh, and Sendrior, are you out there? The thing you mentioned earlier about, you know, at like 35, dudes' voices getting lower. I think maybe that's just due to like the vocal cords like stretching. Right, so it's not even like necessarily like some age, it's just, you know, how long until you stretch your vocal cords more. Yeah, that was a thought. It just like, you know, bubbled up. I'm pretty sure I had the thought earlier and just didn't say it, so for some reason my brain like kicked in, and here it is. Sure, Sendrior, like, I don't care. Trello, ClickUp, like, Notepad, Notion, like, I don't care. You can use anything you want. But, right, when you're talking about ClickUp instead of Trello, you're talking about, like, just writing down your ideas, etc., right? Like recording your ideas for later kind of stuff? I've never used ClickUp. I don't actually know what it does. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so main gist. I don't care where you keep your ideas. The main gist is just making sure you never, like, throw away an idea without recording it somewhere. And you guys have seen me do it all sorts of times in which I just have an idea, it goes in one of these lists, and I move on with my day, right? But if I don't actually put it in a list, the idea is probably gone, right? Do you realize how many, like, I'd love to have a thing that counts how many, like, cards I have in an entire board. That would be interesting, because there's a lot of ideas in here. Like, it's crazy. Some of them are throwaway, some of them don't make any sense, some of them aren't even project ideas necessarily, but this is my just idea board. If you don't record it, it's gone. Keep in mind that Stephen King basically has a thought that if you can't maintain, 10, like, you can, what's the idea, his thing? Only the ideas that you keep around are the ones worth pursuing, right? Because they're so sticky that you just can't get rid of them. And I get that, right? Everyone has the sticky ideas. But for software developers, hell, for even someone like Stephen King, for short stories, he could have had dozens of short story, like, anthologies. Like a Welcome to the Monkey House for Stephen King, where they're, like, shorter. They're, like, 10 to 15 pages, and you just think about it, right? Like, no big deal. I almost assume that Kurt Vonnegut probably did a similar process where, like, every idea just gets written down, and that's why he equates himself to Kilgore Trout, where, like, all of these things are just, pulp fiction fluff, blah, 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 right? Just ideas. Take the idea, hammer out some spec script or spec short story for it, and you're done. Bam, nailed it. Right? And get it published in some periodical, and hey, that's how you make money as a sci-fi author back in the 60s, right? Duh. Back in the 50s. That's how you pay the bills as a sci-fi author, publishing short stories to anthology magazines, right? Or like magazines that are just a collection kind of thing. That was a huge part of how sci-fi got out there to people. How many, like, of the old hat big sci-fi authors are known. They would submit stuff to these, like, sci-fi quarterly type, like, periodicals, and just be a short story included in that. And hey, I really like that short story that person wrote. Let me go find some novels written by them. Right? That was a way to, like, actually cross promote your stuff and make some money on the side of just giving a short story to some magazine, right? And not giving, retaining copyright, etc., but having it published. Nowadays, I'm not sure how sci-fi authors make it other than self-publishing, because big book publishers aren't the way, right? Didn't the Martian, right? That guy, wasn't that self-published? It's amazing, right? I can't remember if that was self-published or if he actually, like, took on a big publisher later, but he at least, like, outsourced the scientific aspects of it, which is interesting, which is part of why, like, The Martian was a phenomenon, and, etc. Lost and gained by the hand of the humidifier, but you don't have to lose them if you write them down. That's the key. That's the whole thing I'm saying here, man. An idea written down somewhere that you can find it is never lost. But okay, what was the other thing I was looking for? Oh, no, yeah, we can't do what I was expecting, so we just gotta open up the client separately. And yeah, Trav, once I get the Rust one going, if you're out there, Mr. Tech Savvy Travy, if you're out there, once I get this Rust one done, you want to do like a collab stream so I can release it for Crab? I think theoretically nothing would change much, but if there are changes I'd have to do, just let me know. Just whiskey and water. I'm doing the whole, cutting down on the sugar part so I can still enjoy the whiskey part. I'd rather have a whiskey than a Coca-Cola, you know? Or a lemonade. Alright, so the Rust code we're gonna do. Hold on, I believe you needed to put healthy in quotes. Healthy? And yeah, everyone over on YouTube, I'd appreciate the lurk on YouTube, but if you want to chat, the Twitch chat is usually the better chat. You know, it's easier for me to notice when it changes. I'm trying to keep up, though. If you chat over there, let me know. But yeah, there is a better chat experience on Twitch. But I would still love the lurks over on YouTube, just so I can hit that watch hours mark. That'd be awesome. If you could, that'd be great. If not, no worries. The mutual lurk would be really cool. Anything different ever since watching my sugar? I mean, I don't watch my sugar. I drink Red Bulls. Like, I consume sugar. I don't actually have much of a sweet tooth, though. Like, I'm not watching my sugar. You know, a Coca-Cola and whiskey is delicious. And yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sir. That does kind of dox you. I hope you know that. I hope you're okay with that. If that's you. I can't know if it's you, so you don't have to confirm, so that way you're not doxed. Sorry. Oh, there you go. All right, so it wasn't even you. All right, okay. I was about to associate the name with a different person. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, it massively boosts the viewership numbers because I don't make enough videos on YouTube. I know, I'm slacking. What I want to do later here today, maybe in like an hour or so, maybe once we finish some of this cargo stuff. Oh my god, look at cargo check just going. I know, pressured. Oh my, whatever shall you do? Thank you. I do appreciate the support. It helps massively. I've increased the watch hours by 10% just by doing this without even releasing a new video. We'll probably double that within like a few days. It's crazy. Hey, thank you. How you doing there, Ella? What are you up to? Gonna get something to eat? Yeah, no worries, Standard. Hold up. This is a foodie stream in disguise. What are you making? I was gonna say. Okay, no worries, Goatmeal. Well, I'm gonna assume that you are not Ella. So that's fine. No worries. Why doesn't she have her own? Huh. Yeah, that's good. Oh, maybe because you have like premium or whatever, so like you don't see ads on YouTube. So she's used to using that account because of it. That's my guess. I don't know. Maybe not. If not, well, Oh. Well, that's tricky. Yeah, I wish I could delete that and hide it. Yeah, remove. I don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't mention that. Nothing happened. So you're at work, so just heating something in the microwave? Not sure yet what you have? Okay. Like, is there like a team fridge? Is it something that like work stocks? So you got like, you know, burritos or something at least to cook? Because that was really cool about the client agency I used to work at. They used to stock the fridge with all sorts of stuff. Like, you know, like little hummus packets, like, and like chips and like stuff. Like, dude, all sorts of like really cool stuff. Right? Energy drinks for days. I don't know if they did the burritos stuff, but there was always like the leftovers from like the food they ordered earlier in the day because they would cater meals, which was cool. It's all because if they keep you in the office, then there's a chance that you're going to keep chatting with teammates and maybe like work through work problems on lunchtime, right? Which barely happens if you go out to eat solo. Oh, I gotcha, Standard. You packed something. Oh, that's worse. Oh. I gotcha. Oh. No, it's nice. It's a good frugal way of living. I need to do that way more. Or, I mean, I don't need to anymore, but when I was going into the office, I needed to do that more. But yeah, goat meal, thank you. Do appreciate you doing the double thing over there. Oh, I poured that one straight. Only old bananas? Do you work in a zoo? Oh my god. You're B from the Daniel Quinn novels, right? They taught you how to program. Or you taught yourself how to program. Awesome. Hell yeah. Anyone ever read The Story of B? Or, what's the other one? Is it Call Me Ishmael or something? I forget the first one in the series. I read Story of B, and I really liked it. Is it even Daniel Quinn? It's someone else, isn't it? Shit. It is Daniel Quinn. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're religious, you're not gonna like it. Oh, the first one's just called Ishmael. Yeah, that's right. Call Me Ishmael was from something else. What, Moby Dick, maybe? Ah, no worries, goat meal. Yeah, cheers. Thank you for the test. That's it. It's opening line to Moby Dick. I never read Moby Dick. But yeah, Call Me Ishmael is from Moby Dick. Ishmael, the book, probably is reference to that, I think. But yeah, Story of B is a fantastic book that explores, you know, like a warped version of like religious history. But it's still like a fun, like, thought process. Right? Some of the things that they say in it, etc. If you are Christian or some of the other religions, you probably will not enjoy it because it may question some of the stuff you believe, and I'm not trying to do that. You know, believe whatever you want. I don't give a shit. As long as you don't push it on me, I don't give a shit. Like, I appreciate you. Thank you. So yeah, believe whatever you want. I'm not looking to have you read a book that challenges your beliefs. But yeah, that book is like critical of the origins, which is interesting. Like, and not critical in like oh, it's the worst, but it's more just It thinks about things. I don't believe every single thing it said, but it is just a fun, like, thought experiment. That's all. I am agnostic. Keep that in mind. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Yeah, exactly, goat meal. That's rough. Yeah, that's gnarly. There might be something you could do, but yeah, like, yeah, you don't want to skirt that too much. So, yeah, that's tougher, right? Just educate her, let her know that when she's ready, hey, you know, we can totally, like, dive into it. We can make it happen. Right? Because it seems like she's a gamer from, like, the title she had. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and honestly, like, that'd be a good, like, hey, on, you know, I believe 13th birthday or whatever, boom, hey, here's some stuff. Here you go. Let's set up your account together. Here's some, like, stuff to get your stuff going. Here's some lighting and maybe, you know, whatever, right? You don't got to go over the hill with it, like, you know, too much, but yeah, it can be like a thing. Yeah. Again, if she's still interested at that point, too. I'm not sure of the age. You don't have to disclose. But, yeah. That would be a fun thing. Yeah, it'd be cool. And PC Locker. Welcome. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. Because, yeah, like some good lighting and, you know, like a C920 will go a long way. Like, really, the webcams, etc., can get good enough for a while. And it's more about, like, the lighting. So if you have really good, bright fucking lights, right, LED, right, you can get those for, yeah, let's say around 100 with, like, the stands and everything they come on and all that stuff. Like, boom, like, yeah, for about $100 you can have that. Maybe a green screen thing could be another thing for, like, a Christmas or whatever, right? Boom. I don't know, just saying, if it's something they're really into, you can get into it cheap enough with just a webcam. You don't need, like, the badass camera to start with. Right? Because lighting is more important for cameras than the camera itself. Jay Langsdorff has a good video about that as well, where he shows how to make his, like, a C920 just look nice. And then Harris Heller has a really good video in which he shows, like, hey, this is a super expensive camera with bad lighting, and look at how this C920 with good lighting is way better, right? So, like, your investment towards lighting is your most important investment as a streamer. Sound is also very important, Basti. Yeah, good call. Yeah, lavaliers are tough. Like, as long as it's connected instead of Bluetooth, you're probably good. But the cheap Bluetooth lavaliers suck. Yeah, if you're thinking about streaming too. For sure, man. Yeah. Yeah, lighting is more important than the camera. You should not upgrade your camera from, like, a $100 C920 until you're ready to spend close to, like, $800 on, you know, like, a good camera and lens. And you shouldn't do any of that until you have good enough lighting that the C920 looks good. I gotta add some more water to that one. I made that one spicy. But yeah, for sure. Yep, happy to share. In many cases, the Yeti, or like any of those Yeti microphones, or like the purple microphone or whatever, right? Like, those are good enough, right? Because, I mean, it's tricky. Do you ever want to do, like, music recording or anything like that? And that's actually the most important thought. If you ever want to record music, like you have a guitar, etc., then you want to actually go the phantom power route with like an XLR mic. You can get a really good AT2020. I think that's the one, right? Audio-Technica mic, and plug that XLR-wise into like a $50 Behringer like capture, recording setup. It's a single input, but it supports guitar or XLR. I think it's actually two, but it has phantom power and all that stuff. So yeah, an AT2020 and a Behringer UMC22. You can get that entire setup for like $150 usually, which is just like 50 more than like a Yeti would cost you usually, right? So in many cases, you're better off getting the recording interface, right? Because then you can replace the microphone willy-nilly with better and better mics. And I'm using a very fuzzy, ooh, it's so pretty, a very fuzzy shotgun mic because I don't like having the mic up in my face. Yeah, so Basti, that's the thing. If they're not advertising what internal like sound processing chip they have inside, they're probably pulling some like shenanigans with cheaper hardware. So I've had a Scarlett die on me. I've had these Behringers for 3 years. Like, it's crazy. And the Behringers advertise that they got the Midas like sound processor and all that shit in there. So like they're boasting like the contents of what they got more so than their brand, and just nails it. Yeah. So this UMC22 is just awesome. The C1 Phantom? I don't know that one. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of shotgun mics now. Like, I couldn't operate without one. Yeah, so Koopa. Ooh, yeah. My AT2020 I had for... I've had it since 2005. I actually gave it to my little brother in like 2017, maybe? And I'm sure he sold it for stuff at one point. Just, you know, he went through a tough time. He's awesome now. I love my little brother. There was a moment where I was questioning it. I love my little brother. He's a good dude. SM58? Ooh, SM, that's, Shure, right? Yeah, Shure makes good stuff, too. Or is that an Audio-Technica? Okay, no, that is a Shure. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I wanted to double check. I've got an Audio-Technica shotgun mic here, and I've got a Sennheiser shotgun over on my like YouTube camera, and both of them are awesome, like really good. I just decided to mix it up. I would have gotten another one of these, but the Sennheiser is slightly more expensive. But yeah, I love a good shotgun mic personally. I had the AT2020. It used to be up in my face like most streamers do, and it had a much more like, you know, ASMR effect to it and all that stuff. Sure, it's awesome. Because it's not in the frame? Sure. Here's the biggest reason. You know that clip of me dislocating my shoulder? It was actually me trying to avoid my fucking microphone. I'm pretty sure. Like, I was flailing my arms a bit, but I was also making sure I didn't hit my microphone. Oh, moderation as a service. Oh, Just imagine if, as a streamer, you could hire a moderator to, like, police your chat for people going over the rails, as long as you give them, like, proper, like, rules and guidelines, etc. And you could rate them based upon how they did in your stream, right? You could remove, like, it would be scheduled as when they have moderator permissions. It would actually automate removing them, maybe. Dude, that would be amazing. Amazing for events, right? Like, amazing for events. Now, could you automate a lot of that process? Sure. But at the end of the day, like good moderators are valuable. Could you pay someone to moderate your, you know, your blog, or not blog, sorry, like your forum or your subreddit, right? Hey, I own a very niche subreddit, but I want to make sure no one's posting some bullshit when I'm offline. Yeah, there you go. For a small fee, they could just have the notification, and it's based upon how many, like, events they have to process. If they don't get a single notification, then they don't get paid because they didn't have to do anything, right? So I don't know, there's a lot of, like, really cool ideas of just, like, the level of volume they process could be what they get billed on. And oh my god, doesn't that seem like a usage-based billing system? So yeah, like, that's a major use case for Walter. So yeah, I'm not trying to have y'all steal my ideas. Come on now. Shit. If I was gonna really do something, I could charge people money for access to that board, couldn't I? Could I charge like a $20 monthly fee for people to access my Twitch, my Trello project board? I could totally charge a fee for that. $20 a month for continued access to it. As I come up with ideas, they make it into the board, and you see them when they come down the pipeline. If you implement it before me, well, shit. Yeah, just ideas as a service? Hold on. BRB stealing that idea. The idea for the idea board. Pay me to find out. Yeah, there you go. I have a fairly epic Trello board filled with my random project ideas for various things. Do we just tag Trello? Why not? Sure. I have an epic Trello board filled with my random project ideas for various things I could work on at any point. If you don't record your random ideas, they are gone. Hello World? No, I mean, Kinslayer, if you think it's that, you haven't seen my board. You haven't actually witnessed the marvel of my shower thoughts. And it's not even shower thoughts, it's just random stream thoughts most of the time. The majority of thoughts and project ideas I have actually come to me when I'm just here streaming, riffing, and talking about stuff. So, everyone needs to start streaming, otherwise you'll never keep up with my thought generation process. Like ideas as a service. Oh, hold on. Maybe? So yeah, way of the future. Way of the future. Way of the future. Yeah, way of the future. Yeah, someone's gonna want cuts. Yeah, I get it. Like, there's value in this. Honestly, this is not a bad idea. And yeah, the way of the future. I'll be a little candid with you, just so you know. I actually have a very, like, tumultuous opinion of this film. It's a great film. Leo fucking nailed it. It's so fucking good. The problem is, this film came out right after my dad was coming out of a cardiac arrest. Like, coming out of meaning, like, he was without oxygen for so long that he didn't recognize my mom when he first came out of, like, things, right? He thought she was the nicest nurse, which is gnarly, right? So yeah, after that, my dad couldn't program, couldn't do anything anymore. Right? But because he was without oxygen for like 5 minutes, like long ass time before he was resuscitated, being without oxygen for that long kills brain cells, like, for sure, badly. He lost a lot of memories, but they weren't gone. Like, the connections to them just weren't there. So as he was coming out of things, he was like reestablishing connections to all these other parts of his brain, and memories were like surfacing, and it was amazing. And there's so many things where, like, yeah, like, oh yeah, he tells that story and it's exactly the same as when he told that story beforehand, right? So, like, some of these stories didn't change at all, ever. Like, no, he couldn't program anymore. He doesn't program at all, right? He wasn't much of a programmer after the 90s anyway. He was more of like a system design person, like architect style, especially for like mainframe systems. He did the system design for the 1-800 system, right? When you dial 1-800, how does that number get routed to a machine that can handle the level of scale that the entire country can support, right? So he did that system design when he worked at Belcor. So that was his main thing. He was more of a hardware person. My mom was the software person. But basically, he couldn't program anymore after that, right? So for the most part, yeah, he came out of it, And, you know, he's regaining memories. Like, every night he goes to sleep, he wakes up and he's like, he remembered some new shit. The problem is, he would watch some movies on stuff like HBO, Showtime, whatever, and they would somehow, like, make it into his memories, because when you're sleeping, like, normally, a normal person, it seems like, when you're sleeping, is actually when you assimilate short-term memory into long-term memory. And because he was still regaining long-term memory at the time, he had assimilated short-term memory into his long-term memory that got mixed up with all of the long-term he still had. Because, like, the connections were still being, like reconnected, right? And because of that, he has said some stuff that is absolutely not true. He never mentioned it a single time until after the cardiac arrest, right? And, like, dude, my mom and dad would have talked about some of the things he said. So, yeah, that's where, like, yeah, he saw this film and thought he had met and knew Howard Hughes. He had never mentioned it before. He's totally met and talked with amazing people, right? The Werner von Braun thing is absolute fact. He was talking about that shit for ages, right? He was part of, like, the early, like, rocket, like, mini rocket culture of, like, you know, he was in the rocket club at his high school. And Werner von Braun came and, like, talked at his high school, and they chatted. And he had been telling that story for fucking decades. You know, and my mom has heard that story before. So basically, if my mom doesn't remember him telling the story, it probably didn't happen. Which is gnarly. Like, it's super crazy. So you have to take what he says with a grain of salt sometimes. But other things, yeah, like, no, dead on balls accurate. Like, really good. Like, his recollection of some of the, like, the stuff he did at Belcour, dead on balls accurate. None of that shit's different. So it's pretty interesting. So yes, my opinion of the film The Aviator. Great film. Personally, there's a bit of trauma from it, you know? Felt like sharing that. Hope you know. It happens. It's life, right? He's still alive. He's still dead. He's still awesome. He's still fucking hilarious. Like, he's one of the funniest motherfuckers. Like, he's so good. Yeah. Like, he's still hilarious. His wit is still, like, there. You know? Like, yeah, so he's still dead. Let me check on the tweeter stuff. Oh yeah, I got a lot of, like, very interesting, like, programming stories. If you haven't heard it before, like, his story about the glitch in the SMS 800 system is pretty interesting. And SMS 800 is the 1-800, like, phone system. I have no idea if it's still employed, still in production. It's probably seen upgrades if so. You know, all that. But when he built it, or he designed it, sorry, he didn't build it by hand. When he designed it in 1989, it was state of the fucking art. They had Samsung's solid state memory, which is not the same exact thing as an SSD, but it really is memory that would persist as long as you, like, still maintained a charge to the power supply. Right? The entire system could be powered off, but it had its own actual, like, leads to the power supply to where, like, it would maintain that stuff, and it was accessible in the same speed as RAM at the time. Or at least, like, close enough that it's crazy. Versus, like, spinning disk hard drives back then. We're talking probably 10 grand for, like, 128K. You know? Like, holy shit. I don't know the exact numbers, but yeah, that's like the type of shit we're talking about. So yeah, it's kind of fun. And if you think, oh, I come from a programming family, so I had a leg up on all this stuff, like, oh, you know, yeah, obviously, like, I was destined to be a programmer. No. Like, neither of my brothers or sisters are programmers. My younger brother is getting into it, which is fucking awesome, but no. Just no. I'm sorry, just no. Right? let me put it this way. I went to college and did C-like programming, JavaScript, all that other stuff. I've shown my mom that code, and she's like, I don't know what this says, right? Explain it to me. And maybe she could have read it, right? She could have actually, like, supposed and understood and inferred what things are doing. I think the magic of it was she made me explain what the code was doing because she understands that that's rubber ducking, and that's, like, the most powerful debugging tool we have. Explain your code to someone that doesn't understand it, and you will understand it better. Right? Explain every line. And then all of a sudden, well, oh, shit. All right, never mind. I know where the bug is. But sorry, Mom. Thanks. I've done that like 2, maybe 3 times. She didn't actually provide the fix. I just had to explain it to her. Like big brain. Like super cool. So, no matter what, if your significant other doesn't program, doesn't do any of that, doesn't matter. Not a big deal. Right? Not a big deal. Because you can still explain it to them in a way that they should still be understanding some of what you're saying to them. If you're not making it simple enough for them to understand, you're not explaining it right, and it means that you're probably glossing over a detail that you missed. So yeah, rubber ducking is very real. Exactly. It is a major advantage. I did it, Dev. I like that name. That's good. Yeah. Only other way that could be possibly better is if you spelled it like the Iditarod. I know I'm spelling it wrong. Is it really that? Iditarod. Oh. Yeah. If you spelled it like that, but you changed rod to dev, that'd be even better because then it's even more accurate. Oh yeah, it's like a super long fucking just course that you gotta run doing dev. Yeah, for sure. I did a dev. Like, again, you know, I would also have appreciated that. I did it dev, maybe as a reference to it, and I just totally, like, you know, went over my head. But I like that. If it is a reference, and if someone asks if you're a god, you say yes, right? If it is a reference, nailed it. Really well done. That could actually be like a fun... Oh my god. The Primogen has talked about hosting like a track and field event or something for like heart health. Oh, shit. Oh, he doesn't need to retweet this. I just think it's a genius idea. But, you know, I'm not trying to, like, just, you know, ride his coattails to success, because him retweeting my, you know, like, CSS as a backend is obviously what made it, like, as big as it is. But I still think this is worth, like, tagging him on. And I'm saying you all helped with it, even though if you didn't, maybe. We just had a great idea on stream. Oh, you have mentioned the heart health charity you want to do an event for. I did dev. Did I spell it right? Hold on. Iditarod. Right? Yeah. Oh shit. Ah, shit. Oh, hold on. I actually say it's a programming I did right. Never mind. Never mind. We good. Oh, and hold on, sorry, Ecstasy, you asked a question and I spaced on a bunch of it. I'm sorry, I am so sorry. Yeah, I saw your big questions and I was like, oh, I'll get to those in a bit. And then I totally spaced. So question for me, let's say I still had Stream Parrot and it wasn't wiped. Did I have a database that theoretically had all the browser source URLs for each user that used the platform? Asking because you're looking into some sort of browser source side project and interested in how something like that is handled. So Ecstasy. Yeah, that thing you asked. And I think your follow-up question was related, right? I wasn't trying to ignore you. Are you still out there, Ecstasy? Yeah. Okay, all good. Yeah, for sure. Cool. So, the browser source is extremely easy. Like, really easy. Yeah, standard. You're probably right. So I have a project I will be working on probably, like, definitely sometime within the next week. And that project is Followversary. Maybe that link doesn't work. Shit. Probably. Yeah, my bad. But the idea behind it is get a channel followers API, right? So I can get that. I can pass the user ID to it, and I can get when the user has, like, followed a streamer. And I'll just need to simply let the bot do that fetching at runtime, etc., right? But the main gist is I can have a bot run as a browser source without me having to touch anything, and all the user needs to do is copy and paste a URL that they put into their browser source that would most likely contain their token in some way. Now that token would expire at some point, so the user would have to keep renewing it, and that's where it gets annoying and maybe where like a service would make sense. But that's tougher, right? Because this thing would need to be able to chat. So instead, the user would maybe need to paste their, like, API token instead. And that is way gnarlier, but it doesn't have an expiration. So it's basically the same token you would plug into OBS, right? Something that could stream on your behalf. If we gave that same token to Followversary bot, and you included it within the URL or your CSS, then boom, you're done. So does that make sense, Ecstasy? To that regard, if you're looking at how I've done like a browser source thing in the past, like there's actually, shit, CMG tube? Yeah, so we called it mashed, but yeah, on my GitHub, CMG tube, sure. Boom. Right, so you maybe want to comb this source code and look at what I'm doing. I don't remember the exact place for it, and I'm not trying to dig into it. But at some point, if you're curious, let me know. All right, cool. So, just shouting that out. Blah blah blah. There we go. All right. So yeah, let's pour another beverage. Let's chill. Yeah, no worries. Actually, I think CMGTube is actually the better option for you right now. It doesn't deal with like passing a token along as much, but it does deal with like how you can pass configuration from either the URL or CSS config, right? Which is kind of cool. I think CMGTube is doing the CSS config, which is a thing I want to make a YouTube video about. But still, I think, you know, like the same idea works. Like if you're not going to use CSS for a user to copy and paste that valid like data, you could use the URL and just encode it as search params, and then your browser source is just consuming those search params. Right? So the idea basically is you have a config screen that generates the URL, and then the URL resolves to a separate route that actually renders based upon the URL. And yeah, for what you're doing, URL is probably the right move, unless you're doing stuff with images, and that's why I needed CSS. Because the URL has a maximum length, whereas the CSS that OBS allows you to like embed into a browser source, as far as I know, is unlimited. You know, I've got multiple megabytes of like images embedded into the CMGTube stuff I'm doing. So yeah, that's at least a thought. If you need to get around like file size constraints because URLs can't handle some image you're encoding into it, CSS could be your move for like an OBS browser source. And I need to make a YouTube video about that. I need to make a blog post about that. What I need to do first, though, is maybe hack out at least a line of code and some Rust, because we did our vote, didn't we? But it's a Friday. I'm not going to be holding myself to some bullshit level of productivity. That just isn't fun. I just released feature flags for work. I've got one feature behind it right now. We've got another we can release too for some login stuff. I'm pumped on it. I think we have a really good thing to propose for work. I'd love to get what we got going for a version 2. But yeah, that's the main gist. Ooh, Aaron Bush, Mr. Sir, got the job offer. Hell yeah, dude. Aaron, if you're out there, I don't know what your, like, Twitch name might be, but fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah. Yeah, sorry, I just saw a random thing on the Twitter and I had to comment on it, you know? Oh, shit. Hold on. I need to reply to this person. I don't want to leave them hanging. Shit. I saw the message, like, late last night. Yeah. So, just wanted to make sure. Yeah. Oh, and they sent it so fucking late last night. So yeah. I just didn't reply to it this morning, and that's my bad. I spaced on replying to someone's message, and I don't want them to feel like I was doing that on purpose. I'm really bad at replying to messages, guys. If you text me, it's like a 50-50 of me actually replying. Email is even worse. Like, it's such a lower number. So, yeah, I need to be better about that. You know what Threads needs the most? An API that doesn't charge people money. If I could post to both Twitter and Threads at the same time, that'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. So yeah, the Twitter API wouldn't allow that much. They do have an API? I thought they just had like a read-only API. Oh shit. Hold on, they have one? Oh, for reading. Yeah, it's like read-only, right? Oh. Okay, so you can create a new one or find your existing one. Okay. Oh, you can post a thread. Oh, shit. Oh, so there it is. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, I could just use Puppeteer to fucking listen for my Twitter to change and then just proxy every change I publish to Twitter over to what's it called, because I'm not paying for that fucking API, Elon. And scraping ain't illegal. I only need to comb my posts. I'm not doing that over some limit. Shit, I could just automate a Puppeteer to do it too, huh? That could be it. It's not a bad idea. Damn, so hold on. He sent that at 3 a.m.? I was up way too late last night, everyone. Holy shitballs. I didn't realize how late I stayed up. I didn't look at the clock. Yeah, I stayed up too late last night. But yeah, that could work. Okay. That one I don't think I need to record, like, into the Trello board at all. I think we're good. Actually, I want to send this message too. I typed that terribly, but yeah, I just want to send that message. Yeah. Oh, and hold on. The Instagram managed messages permission allows business users to read and respond to Instagram direct messages. Oh, that's interesting. So that said, ooh, so Threads doesn't have direct messaging though, so that is different. Yeah, that one's totally different. Oh, it's the same scope, though. Oh, which is interesting. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay. All right, so let's actually hack out some Rust code. I know. So, yeah. It's like this dude's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Haven't done it for a while. We'll make it happen eventually, but not right now. So here is my Rust code, and it's a single file. Quality, right? We need to actually like look over and understand this code for a second. So let's like take it in. Let's analyze it. Let's figure out what's going on here. And yeah, appreciate everyone throwing the lurks on the YouTube thing. Appreciate you. You're the best. So yeah, flag type here. Seems like we don't actually really use that value. Yeah, it's never read. No, ecstasy, so it's fine. Like, if there's parts you care about, like, just ask. I even told, why is my brain spacing? Evan J. Stern, right? Like, he's even said he lurks sometimes, which is super cool. Appreciate that. But like just letting him know, like, yeah, if he has questions, I'm happy to explain what some parts of this stuff do. You know, as long as I actually understand it myself. Whereas with, yeah, some of this Rust, I might have to like refamiliarize. I haven't written this Rust, this exact Rust code is from, ooh, do I not? Oh, hold on. I gotta update. I believe 2 years ago. I haven't touched this Rust code in 2 years. Which, you know, it's a thing. Yeah, ecstasy. Like, seriously, man. Like, dude, becoming a dev is just caring about making stuff and caring about making what you write better every time you try. Like, yeah. So, no worries, man. Like, yeah. I'm curious, like, how did you find my stream? Do you remember that? I think that's one of the crazier things. Yeah, so, yeah, how did it happen? We get plenty of people who don't code hanging out. Like, don't feel bad if you don't code, if you don't understand what you see on screen. You know all it takes to understand it? A little bit of effort. A little bit of just asking some questions. Like, yeah, no problem. And recognize that simply, you know, some of this like impl, Vexilla client, like pub function new, like whatever, like that might be new to you, but what it's doing, if you've done any other language, is probably familiar, you know? So that's not a big deal. If you're curious, we can really chat through some of it. If you've never done any programming, then understanding just simple like logic itself as far as like Boolean logic goes and, you know, how like if statements work and some of that stuff, that's separate but explainable, right? And it makes me better by explaining it. The only issue is timing. Am I in a good moment to explain some of this? Well, that's a little trickier sometimes. Usually, I'm head down working through my own problems. You know. So diving out and explaining some other stuff, not my main goal. Okay, so you've been a dev for a while. You love watching programming streams. Okay. Cool, cool. So it was like literally just, you were in the category and you just clicked onto the stream. Yeah, no, that's fine, Ecstasy. No, I get you. Yeah, super cool. Yeah, thank you for the history. Wait, really? That's crazy to me. Because there's so many, like, I'm just going to say it, better streams. There are, right? The Primogen's great. Amazing. He's hard to put on as background noise to what you're doing. I had to actually, like, consciously do that earlier today. I had to actually simply like recognize like, oh man, I got some work to do right now. I have to like disconnect my headphones real quick. Because, yeah, I was chatting, I was hanging out with Prime. I actually needed to finish a thing and get it ready for like a, you know, like a meeting that I needed to have. And, well, shit. Okay, I had a bunch of fun completely wasting the half hour I set aside for myself to like do this stuff. And I hacked out the thing I needed to do within like 20 minutes. And it was fine. So yeah, like, I don't know, it works. It was okay. I'm glad I got to lurk Prime for as much as he did. The fact that he was even doing some like CSS as a back-end stuff, I really like that. That's awesome. I hope he enjoys the content he makes from that. I hope other people enjoy it too. We've had that link for a year. Like, should I be like a paid link aggregator for Prime? I feel like we just read through like 3 articles earlier today that Prime should probably read himself on his like reaction stuff. I want to read them in front of a fireplace, and I do voices. I do all sorts of stuff that Prime isn't doing, so he could do his version of it, is Prime Reacts, and then I could do my version of it, which is Fireside Griffing. Right? In which I do like the, you know, the bubbles coming out of the pipe and I read it in a fucking like very nice like thing in front of a fire, wearing a robe, you know, like pretend I'm reading from an actual like leather bound book for some of this stuff. Like that'd be good, right? I'd be I'd be way willing to make content like that maybe overlaps a little bit with some of the stuff Prime has read, right? Yeah, Ecstasy, like, feel free, if you want. Like, Prime knows. He's actually one of my longest subs as well. I'm pretty sure Prime's sub to me is either 1 year more, or, not 1 year, 1 month more or 1 month less, I forget which one. Like 1 month off of my sub to him. And I just announced my sub to Prime this morning at 49 months. We're so close to the 50. No, it's fine, Ecstasy. Yeah, he's like, you know, he started a little bit later. Like, no, he wasn't that much later. He was like 2019, maybe. Killing it, right? His growth is meteoric. It's amazing. Yeah, awesome. He puts a lot of effort into his content, the scenes, the segues, etc., like the random moments, like high value, very awesome. I don't do any of that shit, right? So I get it, Ecstasy. My point would simply be, and this is nothing against Prime, I still don't think you actually got that same, like, level of interaction even when he was at 40 people. When he was at 100 people. Whatever. There's still something to it. Where, you know, he's gonna get some shit done. He's gonna miss some comments. I regret missing comments most of the time, where I need to grow as a streamer to just recognize that I'm gonna miss a comment here and there, right? It happens still. I feel like it's fairly rare though, because I like to be right there, like, chatting. You know, if someone wanted to, like, see someone not chat with stream, they could just watch a video, right? Oh, as far as follows? Oh, I don't know about follow, but yeah, I can see Prime's follow easy. I can look that shit up right now because I got a pop-out that I can just plug his name into. I don't need to worry about that. Like, his subs are super long. I believe he's actually subbed to me longer than I subbed to him, which is crazy. Like, super crazy. But I didn't know about him at first. He rated me and subbed, like, that day. And then, you know, I didn't actually sub to him until, like, I think it was, like, maybe a couple weeks later, but it counted as, like, a month later, right? I think it might have even been just, like, 1 week later, but it counted, like, a month later. So, yeah, he's got me by 1. Yeah, the sub part. Yeah, the follow, I can look all that shit up, right? I can look up how long I've been following him, and I can check his following of my stream because I'm, like, a mod, etc., right? Yeah, so Ecstasy, that's like, currently, and I'd say it's a more recent problem. He just has so many, like, questions and comments going that he's gonna miss stuff. He missed my sub today. And he missed my even call out of saying, like, hey, you missed my sub. Maybe he did it on purpose? I don't think so. No, he's too genuine. I don't think he would do that on purpose. I just think he missed it. It's fine. But yeah, I did my 49-month sub on his stream, and he's probably at 50 already. On this one. Yeah, he's a super chill dude. Here's the best part. He's not as animated, and I don't know how to, like, phrase this any other way, like, shticky. Right? He's not He's not performing when you see Prime in person. Which is awesome, right? Like, there's something to it. Like, he feels very real when you're chatting with Prime in person. Like, very awesome, very cool individual. So, no. What I'm saying is what you see on stream is a character. Him in person is a toned-down version of that, which is awesome. But I believe he is playing a character on stream and the real person, and maybe it's vice versa. Maybe he's playing a character in real life and his stream is the real version. He just wants to be that, like, super just manic, energetic, like, whatever, right? Like, oh man, like, totally, just bam, 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 right? But in real life, you know, he is more, not restricted, but, like, laid back. He's just a fun dude to chat and, like, riff with and make some, you know, just jokes about society, etc. Like, I don't know. My favorite interaction with Prime wasn't actually, like, hanging out at the bars, etc. It was actually, like, walking from bar to bar and having our, like, random conversation between them. That was my favorite interaction with Prime at the last TwitchCon. Right? You're just walking from place to place and, you know, like, you're gonna chat with the people in your group just randomly, but that's actually, like, a real moment, you know? Has he said the same? Okay, I don't know. I don't want to misrepresent him. I don't know which one he considers his real self. I assume his real self is a little dialed down and he's, like, acting for stream, right? Because if that was his real self, he'd probably want to do that shit forever, you know? And he'd stream 8 hours a day kind of shit, right? In the same way, I hope you all feel like this is, like, my real self. And I'm the opposite of Prime. My reserved, laid-back, doesn't chat much, like, real-life persona is totally not me. I'm the dude that just wants to rant and yell and just, hey, let's have a drink. Like, dude, that's actually me, right? Like, hey, like, I feel like I am more real on stream versus real life where I'm just reserved a bit until I get enough drinks in me and I can let me flow. A person who probably would not like me saying this because we've had a falling out, I don't want to name them. They actually had the moment where, like, people were like, dude, you're nothing like your stream persona. They said that to them, and I hope they recognize that shit means something, man. Just be real. Don't be fake. Because you can't keep up the fake. I know this. Have we seen that person ever do a stream longer than 2 hours? I don't think so. Because they can't keep up the fake. Now, Prime has kept it up. Prime can keep up the fake because his fake is really not anything different than him. Prime's fake is just a more energetic Prime, right? When you watch his 24-hour streams and his longer streams, you actually get real Prime towards the end because he can't keep it up. Phrasing? Is phrasing still a thing? Is phrasing still a thing? Can't keep it up? He'd be a little bummed on my phrasing there. But you know what I mean, okay? No worries, actually. Yeah, get in that, man. Chill. Have a great one. Honestly, we're having a Friday. I'm not gonna stress about the code I did or didn't do. I'm actually trying to look at and understand this Rust code and see. Ooh, guy from Mars, you're actually wrong. Oh, you're wrong. Professional actors know when to act and not. Bad actors totally fucking buy into method acting because they're not actually actors. They have to pretend to be someone the entire time. Otherwise, they're not able to actually slip into the character properly during the acting, right? Method actors fucking suck. They're the worst. Oh, they're the worst. Right? Fucking Jared Leto, do you think he's actually a good actor? Or does he hide behind the fucking fake guise of method acting just simply because he's not actually a good actor. Right? That's my point. Right? Good actors, fucking Ian McKellen. Have you just tried acting? Right? Like, just, seriously. Oh yeah, you're doing all this bullshit and blah, blah, like, it's not even Ian McKellen. Hold on, who said that? It was the dude from, oh shit, I'm forgetting his name right now. He plays an amazing drunk. Oh, he plays an amazing drunk, maybe because he didn't need to act those parts. But in the movie High Spirits, the actor that said that, this is the actor that has that famous quote where he's like talking with someone, they're interviewing, Peter O'Toole. Peter O'Toole has that exact quote where someone's like chatting with him, and I believe it was fucking the dude from Rain Man, the dude from Midnight Cowboy, fucking, I'm forgetting the name right now because brain stuff. Right? But they were having a conversation on some fucking like talk show or something, and you know, the method actor guy is just like, you know, like to get into character, like blah blah blah, I gotta like, you know, like for that one scene in Midnight Cowboy, I froze myself for hours on end, and I'm like shivering. Dustin Hoffman, there it is. Thank you, Goatmeal. Dustin Hoffman, right? Dustin Hoffman and Peter O'Toole were on some fucking talk show, right? And they're chatting and they're doing their thing, and then Dustin Hoffman's like, well, how else would you like, you know, like portray like that you're freezing and like this shit's happening? Like, how do you make that real? And Peter O'Toole simply has that famous quote that's, I mean, my dear, have you tried acting? That is the art of acting. Pretending. You don't have to fucking go through it. Just act. Just act, my dude. Like, yeah, exactly. Just to bring it up. Like, you could just try acting. You know? So that is the thing. Like, method acting is bullshit. I don't think there's any streamer that fully could properly be a method actor for their character, etc. Right? Like, I don't think it's possible. I'm sorry. Like, I don't think it's possible. You either play an actor or you play yourself. The people who play an actor have a really hard time keeping it up for long streams. To the effect that you actually see the real Prime towards the end of his long streams. Like 8-hour plus streams. There are some people that we haven't seen do streams like that because they can't keep up their fake persona. Because they're overly nice on stream and they can't keep that shit up, otherwise they'd go insane. So yeah, the overly fake nice people, right? Thanks to the use of hallucinogenic drugs, I see through you. Just saying that right now. Hope you understand it. That's where I come from as far as like realness and the comments I make about it. We don't have to agree, but at least you understand my perspective. Have we seen Sushi Dragon do a 24-hour stream? I don't think so. Because I believe some of what he's doing personality-wise is absolutely acting. Maybe he's done it. I don't know, but I haven't seen it. So yeah, we don't need the virtual workspace. We need to go look through our Rust code here. Oh, hold on. What did I do? I need that. Why did that not do that? Hold on. There we go. So I got to use the restroom. There we go. We're going to pop these out to their own windows. Yeah, meal action is there. We just haven't worked on it for a bit. And yeah, the client Rust, that is our main attraction. So yeah, I need to continue digging through this. We see that deserialize is no longer an issue because Rust Analyzer has figured shit out, which is nice. But we do have to go actually dig in and refactor our structs and everything that represents what we're doing here. So yeah, a lot of these like Vexilla flag or client or whatever things, they're gonna need some work. So the client's good, it's the flags that need some stuff. And that's where we see this struct. And we need to like figure out that struct. Oh, shit. And that's right. So when we do a fetch, we have to turn this into its own thing. Oh, yeah. So this gets heavy. This gets real heavy. I gotta go pee real bad. But yeah, we got some like rust to work through because the way we structured this entire client and how it records and stores the data of these things. Yeah, there's some work there. So we got a fetch flags blocking and a fetch flags. Like, yeah, we got some work to do. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll see you in a sec. BRB. I need to get the sound effects going for that transition. So give me a second. Sorry about that, everyone. BRB. Alright, so, how is everyone's day today? What y'all up to? You having a good one? Anything fun? Anything chill? Anything crazy? Any plans for the weekend, etc.? Let me just fiddle with my humidifier here for a second. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Okay, and I'm back. All right. So lurking here, coding, should go to bed, but you're in the zone right now? Oh, Quahog, nah, that's good. One thing you want to do though is make sure you leave on having something to think and stew about, rather than leaving on a, well, I'm done for the day. Because you're gonna run into the exact same thing I've done, in which I'm like ramping up into a project and that takes way longer. When instead, if you have a thought stewing via the diffuse thought process, you can think about it without even trying during your shower, when you're washing the dishes, sleeping, like going to bed at night, waking up in the morning, like, etc. Like, right? Oh, hey, your alarm's about to go off in 10 minutes, but you just want to, like, chill there for a minute. Yeah, boom. That's another awesome diffuse thought process moment. right? So let your brain really kick in. I know, like, leaving something unfinished, but that's the thing. Like, you need to leave something that you are actually okay leaving unfinished. If you feel like you're at a point where, like, you would lose stuff by coming back to it, then yeah, totally. Most problems are not that, though. Most problems are, well, I got a good stopping point, I leave myself a note, and I'll just stew on it and think about it in the morning. Because, technically, Cohawk, maybe you don't believe in this, plenty of people do, you can only make so many decisions in a day. And coding involves a lot of decisions that you don't even think about, but you're making them. You can only make so many of those decisions correctly within your capacity per day, and then after that capacity, your decision-making correctness goes down. I'm not saying you're always going to be wrong, but you're going to be wrong more often, right? So there are famous people that wouldn't even pick out what suit they're going to wear or what breakfast they're going to have, right? Most days, they just accept what's in front of them because they have bigger decisions to make every day. Yeah, Maddie, like, for certain things, totally. Yeah. But that, like, the decision quota is a major thought philosophy that very famous people ascribe to. I don't want to list them because then it gets political and weird, right? But, like, dude, seriously, it's a major thing that some very famous people actually, like, abide by, right? Save your decision-making for the shit that matters. So at that point, if you wake up in the morning, that means you have so many more good decisions you can make within, like, some amount of time, within some quota, within whatever, right? Just, yeah, your first 3 to 4, maybe 5 hours of the day are your most productive hours. Anything after that, you're getting diminishing returns. Especially, like, work, coding-wise, etc. That's why I think people that do, like, a biphasic or other, like, multiphasic sleep cycle, big brain. You're onto something. Even a nap, big brain. You're onto something. That makes sense, Cohawk. I know, I get you. I just wanted to, like, throw that out there for everyone else listening, too. Because I think these are valuable comments that, yeah, like, if we optimize the way we think, we don't have to optimize the way we type. Nearly as much, at least. Right? We don't have to optimize so many other parts of the process. If we can just optimize our thinking process. Value. You know? That's all. And yeah, it's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. It's so weird. All right. So, I'm low on water. I might want to grab some here in a minute. I want to pace myself on the whiskey then. And let's continue looking at the code we got. So this fetch flags thing, right? Cool, we got a Tokyo version, we got a blocking version. Those are fine, I don't mind it. The set flags thing, we gotta make sure we're calling that properly. But our flags type, where is that actually coming from? So that's it right there. Right. And they have their own types, and the base, the toggle, the gradual. Right. And they're all up here. We put it all in one file, not ideal. All right, so Vexilla flag base always has a flag type. Right, so our base types here are gonna have to change. Let's get these side by side. And hey, how's it going, Mary Jo? Hold on. Let me make sure I reply to some people. No, not Starman. Sorry. Last Starfighter. Very different film. There it is. Yeah. So Starman is the Jeff Bridges film. This is the, kid plays a video game and breaks the high score and goes up to space. And this was actually the absolute first usage of 3D to represent something in the real world, meaning like the spaceship and like the asteroids and some of that stuff. Whereas Tron beat it with just 3D in general, for general cinema. Keep that in mind. Yeah, Tron beat it, but it was a fictional world and not the 3D of the spaceship flying and what was supposed to be real world stuff. Yeah. I like film. Great movie, though. If you haven't seen The Last Starfighter, hugely worth it. It is referenced in so much pop culture, right? Even at the beginning of Future Man, there's a moment, I don't want to spoil anything crazy, but the character in Future Man even goes you mean The Last Starfighter? Is this a prank? What the fuck, dude? It's super good. All right. Anyway, great film. So yeah, how you doing? You liking the actual overcast day today? Or at least when I was outside, it was so nice. There was a breeze and everything. I went for my walk and it was just I was barely I was still sweating because it was a brisk walk. Right? We're talking 17-minute mile. I'm short. That's fast. But yeah, man, the breeze today was so nice. You're in the area, right? Ah, the sun was the worst. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was remembering that right. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, like, oh man, so much better. I still got the AC going in this room, because, yeah. An Xbox, 2 PCs, a Mac Mini, and 4 universal power supplies. This room is a sauna without the moisture. Oh, you're going to the conference. Nice. Yeah, I'm talking at the meetup next Wednesday. I think I'm going to actually have to focus on working on that tomorrow rather than, like, finishing up this. I have to, like, fully focus on the presentation at some point. We'll do it one of these days. I forget which. Ah, no, that's... No worries. Yeah. I gotta make my slides still. It's a lightning talk, so it's fine. Like, that's easy. I've written lightning talks the night before, you know. Craig, you remember that? If you're out there? For the Angular meetup here in Seattle at one point, we had a talk and maybe like 2 lightning talks lined up, and one of the lightning talks bailed, and someone was like, oh man, think we can find a talk in time? And I was like, sure, I can give one. What are we talking about? Angular Universal. Okay. And I did it on stream, and like, yeah, I gave the talk the next day. Right? Made the talk. Gave the talk, no big deal. Who here remembers that? That was like 2018. That was like early. That was like September of 2018 or some shit. That was very early into the stream career. But I do remember making that talk on stream. Alright, so I don't need the workspaces stuff. Base, toggle, gradual. We have other flag types to test, but they aren't released. I just had a thought. What if we do it on like a graduating scale? Limited. Yeah, I don't know. Right, like the ideas as a service thing. Sorry, random thought. Like, first 5 people get it for $5 a month until they cancel. Right? Next 5 people, 10. Next 5 people, 15. Next 5 people, 20. Right? We could make some of that FOMO work for it. But it's also like the more people that have access, like the less valuable it is. For the people like early, you know, you bought into what you thought. right? The people after? Okay, cool. Further and further down the line? Right, people would just start, like, reselling it for less, technically, right? So yeah, eventually you'd hit some level where someone would just undercut you by copying and pasting, right? But if you can identify it via fingerprint, you can kill their thing, and then they have to like resubscribe more expensive, and it keeps getting bigger and keeps getting bigger. So right, like, they would almost be my biggest customers. A business that exploits the scammers. That exploits the fucking copiers. If you can do it properly with, like, the fingerprinting. How could we make that happen? The fingerprint would have to include... Oh, yeah, no, it'd be tricky. We'd have to figure out how to make the fingerprinting work. Right? To just identify, like, who's sharing and, like, cancel their account. Yeah. Oh, man, if we can figure that part out, that's actually, like, figuring that part out would be, like, a hugely monetizable process as well. I think the biggest thing is, yes, we'd need to, like, fingerprint it. We don't need to worry about trying to do, like, the takedowns. Like, oh, hey, you got it. Cool. That's what it is. Do you think you can still keep up with this idea engine without, like, a fresh subscription? Right? So it'd still always be outdated, and, like, all the people that are subscribed would still have access to what you've already seen. Right? The key is being on the cutting edge of, like, the new idea. I don't know. Right? There's something to it. And you could use AI for ideas as a service too, but again, do you think it's better than a stoner? Probably not. Just saying. Probably not. And hey, Mary Jo, I see you elsewhere. I really appreciate the lurk over there. Yeah, that helps immensely. Like, that's the best. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, optimize viewership over there because it builds up the watch hours to get to, like, the monetization. So yeah, any lurk you can give there is hugely useful. But yeah, so let's think about our types for this, right? We got base, we got toggle, we got gradual. Ooh. All right, so yeah, do you have the wave file, MK Slug? Send that as a link over on Discord, And that should work. Yeah, I believe WAV or MP3 both work. The other formats are a bit trickier. Right, but yeah, WAV or MP3, either one. All it has to be is something that gets like played in like a browser easily through like the audio tag or whatever. I'm pretty sure that's how I'm doing it. Yeah, if y'all don't know, hold up real quick. My stinger transition's right here. Right? Technically, the audio isn't wired up right because I messed up my entire audio config with like the new Stream PC. So I gotta figure that part out. But like, yeah, the randomized image, the randomized sound effect, all that stuff, it's just a browser source that we show and then hide. And that's it. Just over on Discord as like, you know, private message or whatever. Would that work? And here's the thing, I don't necessarily want to deal with it right now, so could you remind me tomorrow, hopefully earlier in the day? Just saying. You know, not a thing I want to fiddle with at the moment. That's all. I mean, if you send me the PM right now, I can remind you of it. Because then I have the reminder. It's right there in my list. Like, totally. So, I think that's the move. Just send me a PM on Discord. Let me know, you know, all the stuff. DM, PM, whatever. I don't fucking... whatever. But yeah, we need to at least get a type going here. For the other feature flag stuff we got. So yeah, let's look at it. Right. So, Vexilla feature is either a toggle, gradual, or selective. The selective is trickier. What I'm thinking is we don't deal with selective right now. We need to establish a test for selective, though. Right, get that as part of our fixture data for testing. I'm wondering how we actually do this, because they don't do unions like that. That's why we couldn't do base toggle and gradual together. We had to like make a separate hash map for all of them. So base toggle, gradual, selective, value, like, you know, we can make our own. Yeah, no, like, we got the pattern. Anyone out there consider themselves, like, Rust people? The way I'm doing the structure here, like, look at the way I did the TypeScript. The TypeScript is so chill. A Vexilla feature set is simply, you know, like an environment, I think, is the key here. I should have, like, given it, like, some other value. And then from there, right, the feature, like, struct we have is a toggle, a gradual, or a selective. Right? We dealt with this, we figured out the problem, we made a decision, and we adapted, and this is our struct of what Vexilla flags are according to the client. At the end of the day, doing that is just fine, right? We're just adding another key. We're gonna have to look it up by the key that is, you know, what we have hard-coded as part of our core enum bullshit, right? Eventually, there'd be a value one as well. We'll add that later. That would be a feature added to this schema rather than breaking it. I think, technically, though, I need to look at what the JS client is doing now. Had a good coding session? Nice. Ooh, I forgot that we had the client Axios as like an embedded, like separately publishable client. We'll ignore that one for now. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that one. Because it's so easy to pass your own, like fetch hook, right? All we need is a function in which you pass in how you want to get your data from wherever using whatever client you want. And if we obey that pattern with every repo, then shit, we're good. And I don't think we even do that in the Rust yet. We assumed a library, didn't we? Let me look. No, never mind. All right, so we see the test. We check the hashing. We fetch the flags. We use blocking right here just because. I should probably test the non-blocking version at some point too. Yeah, these are gonna change their signature for sure. So we're just checking these two things. I actually want to do something like this. Then both can happen and we just see both, right? Well, no matter what. Either one would fail out and break the build. So yeah, doesn't matter. Alright, so my next step. And yeah, fix the posture, come on. Right, so the group name, yeah, because our state needed to change. If we look at client here, right, we can see the actual props that we gotta like really make sure we have, and we don't have most of those. Ooh, and hold on. Yep, wrong thing. Vexilla client, we do that. The protected stuff is no good. Oh shit, not that. All right, there we go. Yeah, I don't think flags are actually a thing anymore. And hey, the Coppinger, Mr. Sir, how you doing? What you up to? You having a good day? Yeah, what are you up to? And hold on, let's do the other one. I just want to say, I really like that you're back on this account. For sure, man. Welcome back. Yeah, man, like OG triple and hold up, hold up. Nah, we're doing this. The same courtesy I extend as much as I can. And I'm gonna do this one too. I did like the half part earlier for someone else. Nah. They deserve it. Yeah, for sure. They'll have to see it the next time they hop in here. So, yeah. No worries. Nah, like, yeah, appreciate you. What you up to, though? Like, what were you doing, right? You said you were doing the Astro something or other. Yeah, right. What is Tina? Ooh, you got it deployed. Okay. Okay. I like the photo. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, they got the Van Gogh lighting pretty well. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's a good photo. Is that like a studio, or is that just like a friend, like just killing it? No offense, the background looks like, oh, it's AI? Oh, even better. Okay, nice. That's actually solid, man. Like, oh, okay. Like, it, no offense to your friend, it looks like they take a lot of, like, high school, like, photos. Like, do they go to, like, high schools and take, like, the yearbook photos? Is that one of their gigs? They do wedding photos mainly? Okay. Like, yeah, no offense. Yeah, right? Like, once a year they get the big bucks going to do, like, high school photos for a day. Right? Just bang, 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 right? Hammering off photos. No big deal. That's, like, part of their nut for a bit, right? Like, totally. Yeah, there you go. Oh, hold on. Let me double check something. Hold on one second. Let me reply to someone real quick. No worries, Coppinger. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to reply to that. Yeah. All right, so pouring another beverage. And yeah, Coppinger, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you. Hell yeah. Yeah, I like the site, man. It looks good. It looks really good. I feel like the mobile version of it looked all right too. I think, ooh, hold on, Coppinger, if you're out there, you got an issue with like having your minimum length wrong. And I know it messes up your design, but I'm just saying, it could happen. It could happen. Yeah, there's a breakpoint you got some funniness with. It could have something to do with my zoom as well, and at which point, if it's my zoom fucking it up, don't worry about it, right? Because zoom is such a weird edge case to so much of like responsive web. Like, you can't account for it every time, so don't worry about it. So if it's me fucking up the zoom, that's my bad. Just want to point that out, just throwing it out there. But again, very nice site. Ooh. Fearless feedback. Make that sidebar stick. Right? Boom, it's stuck to the top. Right? Sticky, no problem. And then we just scroll and it's still there the whole time. Yeah, so Creepio, right, he may have stepped away, he didn't hear that. Feel free to bring that up to him as like a cool little like feature ad. It's not essential, it's not gonna make or break the site, but it's a cool little thing where like those links are still right there for people to see, no matter where they are within like a blog post or whatever, right? Yeah, exactly, yeah. I know you'll see him again before I probably do, just because, you know, reasons. Right? I think you're on the same time zone? Maybe I'm wrong on that. Whereas, like, yeah, you know. I still have no idea what time it is. Like, he said lunchtime. I don't know, man. He could be taking lunch at 4 p.m. Fuck if I know. Right? Like, I still, like, lunchtime means nothing. You know? Yeah. Oh, never mind, Creepio. So you guys are way, like, separated. 3 a.m. where you're at? Oh, so you're like exact opposite? Oh, okay. Lunchtime means nothing. That's my album. Yeah, for sure. How about this? Just for fun. Just for fun. Do I play my music? For sure. We lose like 10% of viewers when I do it, but I'm okay with it. Ooh. I don't have the core stuff. I only have the SoundCloud right now. Shit. Because I need to copy some stuff over. Yeah, so I don't have like the fancy. Right? No singing, nothing. Ooh, it's not Sam Griffing, it's just another Chris. Damn it, I have dashes, don't I? Fucking dashes. Hey, there it is. Nailed it. All right, here you go. Everyone listening, if you're not aware, this is my own music. I believe I recorded the majority of this song at the like peak of Stevens Pass, not peak, no. Like where like the road of Stevens Pass like peaks. And I was living in like the, groomer shack or whatever. So yeah, half of this song recorded there, and the other half, I believe the bass line and most of the drums, recorded using my solar panel on top of my van at Mount Hood. In the parking lot. Hell yeah. So yeah, enjoy. Let me go pour some more water, because I want another beverage already. Like, come on, man. But I need more water to mix with it, because I'm not drinking whiskey straight. No. No. So, BRB, one sec. All right, I'm back. Oh yeah, the piano sound. Also something I actually sequenced while I lived in a van, being a snowboard bum, during the best moments of my knees. Oh, my knees will never be able to do what I used to be able to do. It's fine, I get it. It's fine. Knees are an expiring resource. If you're not using them in your 20s, you're fucking it up. You're just blowing it. You can't do shit with your knees in your 30s that you could have done in your 20s. Knees are a finite, expendable resource that you're burning every day. Yeah, I get it, Eltman. Come on, get your mind out of the gutter. No, I get it. Yeah, good call. It's fine.
Loyal to the local?
Oh, this fucking ad. This bullshit.
Why is that important? These businesses depend on people like you. So let's help them out.
Yeah, exactly.
After all.
Yeah, how you doing, Eltman? This fucking ad. Come on, bullshit. All right, so yeah, Aurora Aratini, super good. I like the blog. All right, the music's way too loud. Hold on, let me turn it down. Oh, hold on. I missed it. I was paying attention earlier and I spaced. Ooh, okay. Someone has a cool idea for a project. Hold on. Which one am I looking for? NA. Yeah. How's it going, Time? I'm really happy with my most recent idea. Like, I think that idea is super doable. I could knock that one out in a day. Right? The follow-versary bot? Oh, yeah. So, what channel am I looking for? Or a notification or something? Discord ping. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pinged in a bunch of your channels because I don't keep up to date with... I don't even keep up to date with my own. So I'm sorry. Let me find the Code Jam one then. Okay, I haven't seen the Code Jam channel yet. Oh, Code Jam General. That one. Yeah? No. Code Jam General? No. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, I found it. I just saw General, I was like, yeah, I see a General ping. Like, I don't know. Sorry. It's in a category called Code Jam. I could have read other words too. I just didn't. I just read the General part and was like, well, that can't be it. Like, yeah, so that's totally it. All right, cool. Yeah, so I'm in there. Awesome. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think the Followversary bot is a major idea and win, and I'm thinking about hammering it out on Sunday. Yeah, totally. Oh, I still gotta do something? Oh, shit. Wait, what? I didn't see anything about that. Oh, signups? Alright. Oh, I gotta click a button? I think I'm UTC -8? Why are TypeScript and JavaScript separate? Alright, that's weird. No, you're good. I got it. We got this. Yeah, let me fix it. We got it. I mean, I'm open to a team. But I got a thing. Like, I'm gonna make the thing. So do I have to create a team now? Okay. Nah, we're good. I think I finished. We're fine. We're alright. What do we even win? I'll just make a thing. Like, I don't even need to be signed up. I'll just make a thing. It's how I used to do, like, rail jams and, like, slope styles back in the day. I wouldn't even sign up if they were at Stevens Pass. I'd just shred and poach. Like, totally. I've even been called out over the, like, announcers, like, oh, and there's resident poachers, CM Griffin. They actually just said Chris. But, yeah, like, totally. Like, I've totally done that as well. So just saying, like, I can poach a competition, no problem. I got practice. It came to be expected. Oh, did he register? No, he's not competing? He's just shredding? Alright, whatever. like, yeah, no big deal. Sorry. I do remember someone asking me something about, like, some rail jam, whatever, and I remember saying, like, oh, no, I don't compete anymore. And people laughing at that, and I was like, wait, no, I don't care. You'll review them on stream. Yeah, I'll submit it. Yeah, it's fine. I was just curious. If I just give the link, that would work too, though, right? Like, yeah, right? Like, you know. Unless there's like a $1 million prize, I'm not worried about it. You know, I don't want to take a win from someone else. But I'd be happy to contribute something to have, like, reviewed on stream. I actually think it's a legitimate bot that people could just run themselves as well. Which, you know, sounds awesome, right? Legitimate, like, really good bot. And yeah, we're listening to my music. This is the last on the album, I believe. No, we got one more. Yeah, this is like the first one I recorded. I got one before it, but it sucked. Oh, it's just Bool. There we go. Stickers in the keychain? I mean, I'd be pumped on a sticker. But if I lose, or whatever, right? You'll be at TwitchCon, you'll probably give out stickers there. Totally fine. It's alright. I'll get a sticker. It'll happen. I'll bring some too, don't worry. Alright, so we are fine-tuning some of these structs here in the Rust. Right, with the new props we got. You can't assign default values in a Rust struct, right? Like, nah, that's not a thing. But yeah, the follow-versary bot, like, that's an amazing idea, right? Like, holy shit. You know what it took? Just hanging out, chilling, relaxing to a time-enjoyed stream in which we just chat a bit, talk about the constraints, and then I slept on the idea and just, you know, background brain kicked in, and then BAM! BAM! I don't even know how it happened this morning. I was just doing something, and like, oh my god, well, shit, that's the idea. I was thinking about doing dishes. I didn't actually do the dishes, but I thought about doing the dishes, and bam, the idea came to me. I didn't even have to do the dishes for such a brilliant idea to happen. That is the power of diffuse thought process. It's amazing. I didn't even have to do the dishes. I just had to think about doing them. And diffuse thought process was like, hey, you know something that would be way more fun? Check this out. Right? That's actually what your background brain is trying to do most of the time anyway. I didn't even have to do the dishes to get the background process kicking in. My brain was like, hold up, anything other than that? Yeah, I gotcha. Boom, nailed it. Alright, so this is the most recent thing I've ever recorded. There was a version of it that had lyrics. I don't think I have that anymore, though. Yeah, Brain was like, yeah, them dishes, yeah, they're kind of funky. Just run some water on them. Maybe, like, just drip some fucking soap in it and we're good. And then it was like, oh, wait, you know what we can do instead? Distract him with a project idea. Boom, nailed it. I like my brain. My brain protects me from the shit that sucks. It's awesome. It's fantastic. I'd highly recommend upgrading your brain to a brain that does such a thing. Eventually, you can just pay people to do the shit you don't want to do, right? Like, that's the dream. Like, totally. Duh. And I will simply quote the Bill Gates quote, like, he hires lazy programmers because they don't waste their time on bullshit. And I'm paraphrasing the last bit, but it's basically the truth. right? Do I need to point at the fucking graph again? Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. Do I need to point at the chart again? Right? It's like the dude doing the sign, right? I need to qualify it, XKCD, and this is it, right? Do you think the thing you're doing is actually worth optimizing? Crunch them numbers. Like, come on, figure that out. Right? This actually calculates the exact time you would have spent, rounded maybe, to a real value you can care about. If you're doing something 50 times a day and you can optimize and it takes 5 minutes to do, over 5 years, you'll save 9 months. You could make a baby in that time, right? It's not the same thing, but just saying, like the mythical man month, 9 months, bam, saved, right? But if it's a 1 second task to just like click a thing and then move on, and you do it 50 times a day, you'd only save 1 day over the course of 5 years. Is it worth automating that? I don't think so. Personally, like, the 1 day, I mean, I'll waste a day just chilling and hanging out, you know? Like, I'll waste a day walking and then just feeling like I need a nap. I'll waste a day looking through my comic book collection. I'll waste a day doing laundry, right? Like, seriously, like a single day is meaningless to me. I don't give a shit. Like, the shit needed to happen, sure, but it's just a day. And yeah, Hot Dog is pointing out, hold on, the hover text. Time enjoyed, you might appreciate that. Anyone could appreciate it, keep that in mind. Oh, that's not even it. Shit. No, it's the other one. There's the other automation SKCD. Hold on, this is a different one. This one's better. Different hover text. Right, so this one is like the idea of automating something. And what is this bullshit? Nope, sorry. SoundCloud playing terrible fucking music and I'm migrating away the soonest chance I get. Oh my god, fucking SoundCloud. That bullshit. How dare they? We can't play anything other than this music though. So we do it. Link the table. I can do that. Like, come on, no big deal. Hold on, Cameron, real quick before I dive into the other meme. The hover text is super good. Right, when you're calculating this time, don't forget the time you spend finding the chart to look up the what you save, and the time spent reading this reminder about the time spent, and the time trying to figure out if either of those are actually make sense. Remember, every second counts towards your life total, including these right now. There you go. Science, nailed it. Yeah, totally. All right, so here's the other one, and this hover text actually made me giggle out loud. Like, literally out loud like a child. Here we go. Automating comes from the roots auto, meaning self, and mating, meaning screwing. When you automate a task, the thing you thought you were automating is no longer the thing you're doing. You're just maintaining the automation at that point. So it is simply self-screwing if you really break down the words. It's so good. It's not how the root words actually break down, right? Because it's more from like automaton, which has like a different root, and then automating is like you know, doing something an automaton would do, and then, like, you really have to think about what that means and blah, 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 like, from the Latin. But, yeah, this is trying to do, like, a faux Latin, like, root word, like, creation. And it's like, yeah, auto and fucking mating. Boom, nailed it. Hey-o. Like, yeah. They're taking the shortcuts with their definitions, and I still think it works. Right? It still works, technically. They nailed it. Good job. But yeah, XKCD, best comics ever written, because they're actually relevant to everything we do every day as developers. If you didn't realize that, like, holy shit, like, XKCD is made for us as developers, right? If you ever thought that, like, you related to a tweet that started out with as developers, number one, you got clickbaited. But number two, like, yeah, like, you're actually part of a very small group that someone thought was worth clickbaiting, which is weird. Was the chat in the future or the stream in the past? Both depending on your perception, right? Boom, nailed it. I've done mushrooms. You can tell, right? Not right now, obviously. I wouldn't be streaming if I was on mushrooms. Like, ugh. Terrible idea. The worst. No one should ever do such a thing. I've literally, like, flung my laptop on mushrooms because it's this thing. Ugh. Ugh. Right? Oh, what is this technology bullshit? Get it away from me. I've literally, like, flung my laptop across my fucking van bed, which is a thing I totally had when I was a snowboard bum. I've literally flung my laptop. Yeah, man. I don't want to be near anything technical on mushrooms. Hell no. Could I stream on mushrooms? Hell no. Oh, I would stop that shit and run out to the field just nearby. I could go do like a grass angel right now. You do a grass angel hard enough, people see it. It's like a snow angel, but way more permanent. Alright, so environment we got. Bam, gone. So custom instance hash we got. Gone. Suppress logs needs to actually be, yeah, that. Oh, shit. Hold on. Base URL is right there. Shit. Copilot? Nah, I'm good. As a snowboard bum, my parents did programming, not any of the programming you see that I do day to day, but let me put it this way. I don't even know if my dad graduated from college. My mom has a math degree, right? But they both did some major shit computing-wise. So based on that, I never felt beholden to needing to get like a university degree. I never felt like I needed to like try in high school, etc. Right? So when I graduated high school, I didn't even apply to universities because I knew I wouldn't get in. I used to walk the mile, right? You used to have to like run the mile in high school and junior high. I used to walk that shit. I failed PE like twice. I'm like, dude, my GPA sucks. Right? Dude, I failed PE twice, I think, right? But then once I got to high school and did badminton, oh, the badminton pickleball class, just give me that for like 4 like trimesters and I'm good. That shit was amazing. Oh, that was so good. Oh, that was the best. So yeah, like once I got to high school, I had PE classes I liked and I just did those. But yeah, like my grade point average was shit because I'm a stoner. Like, oh, you mean I could just not do any homework and still pass your class? I'll take a C. I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the rubric that let me know that ahead of time. Yeah, if some math class gave me a rubric telling me that, yeah, 30% of the grade is homework, well, shit, I'll take a D. I'll get at least, like, 90% on average on every test. I'll take a D. That's passing. Fuck you. Yeah, like, that was my move, right? If it was less than 30% for a math class, ooh, that's my jam. That's my teacher. Yeah, we get along. Right? So that was my high school experience. Hope you guys know that. For sure. Right? D's get like high school diplomas and then C's get degrees. Those 2 phrases will get you through any of the academic career you actually give a shit about. And then if you actually want to like do well, okay, yeah. Maybe apply yourself. You don't have to though. There has not ever been a single job that questioned what my GPA in college was. It's never come up. It wasn't bad. It wasn't even terrible. I just recognized at some point towards the end, like, yeah, I just need to pass this shit to get the degree, right? Yeah, totally. So my algorithm class at the end, yeah, I could fail this entire final presentation about Floyd Warshall. Cool, no big deal. Keep in mind, Floyd Warshall is basically Dijkstra's algorithm. They're the same fucking thing. But when I was doing Floyd Warshall on the board in front of class after talking about it during a presentation, I felt like I was just doing Dijkstra's and I feel like I fucked up. Actually, I was dead on balls accurate. Floyd Warshall is Dijkstra's. No big deal. But I had fucked it up. So yeah, just pointing out, like, dude, super easy, like, no big deal, like, all you gotta do is pass college, university, etc. No one gives a fuck if you are, like, summa cum laude or magna cum laude or any of that bullshit. No one gives a fuck if you even got straight A's. No one will question any of it. They just want that piece of paper. So if you're out there thinking you gotta be the badass to get your fucking bachelor's, you don't. You just gotta pass. That's it. Just get that paper. Like, the worst kind of paper. Not like even the paper, like, yeah, stack that paper. Like, you know, like a 90s rapper, right? I just mean, like, just get that piece of paper like a fucking college degree. Worth it. Summa cum laude and magna cum laude. I forget what they mean. They're a thing. The valedictorian is usually part of at least one, maybe both of those, like, classes. Yeah, sure, goat meal, same idea. Yeah, for sure. Right? Just get the piece of paper. That's like, dude, it's crazy. Yeah, it's like a secret handshake. Just get that piece of paper. You don't have to fucking be the best in your class. You don't have to stress about that part. You don't even have to get like B's. You can get C's or D's, right? C's get degrees. Oh, Floyd-Warshall. So Floyd-Warshall is a minimum spanning tree algorithm, and Dijkstra's algorithm is a pathfinding algorithm. They actually end up being the same exact thing. Right? When you reduce them down to their steps, they're the same exact algorithm. Right? Dijkstra basically reinvented Dijkstra's algorithm while actually demoing a Lisp machine, right, for the first time. He's like, yeah, I'll fucking demo this Lisp machine. Fucking, yeah, let's do it. Hey, here you go. And let me do some pathfinding. Hey, here we go. And he just hacked it out. Like, yeah, no big deal. So yeah, like, Dijkstra's algorithm is actually a re-implementation of Floyd-Warshall, kind of like in a vacuum, because I don't think he knew about it, technically. Like, the exact, like, steps. So it's kind of funny, right? Like, a 2D grid of like tiles via like Dijkstra's is actually the same exact thing as a graph via Floyd-Warshall, right? Because that 2D grid is its own graph, right? So at the end of the day, a grid and a graph are the same fucking thing. So anything you could actually like apply via a grid or via a graph are both like majorly applicable to both. Technically, anything you can apply via a graph can apply to any grid. Grid stuff would have to be like mapped to a graph. I don't know if they're even like exactly like concurrent. Like one might have even been like a year or two before the other, but they just didn't see it, you know, because like, you know, I believe Dijkstra did it second. Floyd-Warshall did it first. Floyd is one person, Warshall's the other, right? But I believe Dijkstra did it second, but didn't even realize that they had already done it, you know? But the magic of it is they were solving for a graph. He was solving for a grid. And I don't think they realized that they were the same thing until all of a sudden they realized it was the same algorithm, right? So that's kind of crazy. Right? Developed in a vacuum to find this pathfinding or minimum spanning tree. Well, actually, pathfinding on a grid is just a minimum spanning tree of a 2D grid, you know? Not completely. Remember, you cannot apply the minimum spanning tree algorithm to a grid one-to-one. Whereas you can apply the grid version to a graph one-to-one, right? Because the grid represents a graph. The graph doesn't represent a grid. So it's like a, you know, a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle isn't necessarily a square. Same fucking, like, thing, right? Is this another video I need to make? God damn. I keep coming up with shit I gotta make videos about, and I just don't, like, I don't have time to make these fucking videos. But no, that's a really good video idea. Yep, totally. Grid to graph. Boom, nailed it. Yeah, no worries. Like, I love a good conversation. I think we're actually coming up with, you know, some really interesting stuff. Hold on, Goatmeal. Yeah, 1 second. I did it, Dev. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it, right? They approach the problem from different aspects. Sure. But the fact that they end up being the exact same steps is actually kind of funny. Right? So I did it, Dev. Like, yeah, like, sure, they have, like, different, like, origins, but they became the same superhero somehow? You know? Like, that's weird. Different origin story, same hero. Right? Really taking the fucking Marvel approach to things. Like, comic versus fucking movie. Different origin, same hero, right? No big deal. And what's up, Dana? How you doing? Yeah, I assume you meant, like, type. I didn't, like, read too far into that. Yeah. I kind of knew what you meant. Yeah, just chilling. We hanging out. We're enjoying a Friday night. We're going a little bit later than I normally would. And yeah, no worries, Goatmeal. Yeah. I don't know. This is like a ranting stream. That's how, like, Fridays and, you know, most days in which I've gotten enough work done that I'm not stressing about it kind of thing. Yeah, I launched a feature today. I'm celebrating. Like, technically, I have Vexilla in production, or technically in staging right now and eventually in production at work. That's the original reason I created, like, Vexilla as an open source project anyway. I could have just made it some private thing I had myself. I made it so that maybe a previous company I could work at could use it. And a boss couldn't see the forest for the trees, basically. The moment I had something that solved what we needed, they wanted everything in the sun, right? They wanted everything under the sun. They wanted absolutely every feature that could possibly cross their mind. Motherfucker, can we build to that? We can make that happen, but holy shit, dude, like, we just needed feature flags. We just needed value-based feature flags. We just needed something, man. Like, holy shit, dude. And no, they wanted, the moment I proposed it, well, cool, that's nice, but... And it was like, dude. Whereas I work at a company that's, God, their feet are on the ground. I really like it. It's about just productivity, making shit happen, creating value. They wanted to be able to have, like, per user based flagging. They wanted something that would, like, it would be like the biggest, best, most feature flagged, like, user conscious, like, every single bit of everything could be driven in some magical way by someone to configure something. It's like, okay, then fucking pay for Launch Darkly already. Like, come on, man. Right? I built something we could do in a serverless fashion for real fucking cheap. because that was the criteria I was given. And that I already built something around myself. I can make it into a UI you could use. And it was just, man, it was annoying. Like, yeah, it was super like, when you're like so happy to share something with someone and they just dash it down, right? Like with a fucking machete, basically. Like, dude, that sucked. Oh, that sucked so bad. I had something that would solve, like, it would have solved major problems we had on that previous project. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, it would have alleviated so much fucking tension on the project, too, just having feature flags decide when this value was given to a user versus not, and releasing it was within, like, a 5-minute window versus the hour and a half we had. Like, all of this problem is derived from, like, a workplace problem I've dealt with, right? Deployment is easily an hour and a half after you have someone review it through all 3 environments, and fucking, you gotta get their attention so they can even review it. Like, dude, it's so bad. So yeah, feature flags are essential to a healthy application. And the fact that we almost had it and then it just fucking fizzled out because someone wanted the fucking moon at that point. Like, it's so crazy. Like, yeah, blew my mind. So yeah, sucked. I'm really happy I'm at the company I'm at. I get paid for, I think, the value I deliver. And I get to work on my own time and deliver that value as I see fit. And yeah, like, I don't know. I really like the company I'm at. Like, I don't shout them out enough. I work at Fairwinds. They are awesome. Like, super cool. If you do anything Kubernetes-wise, you might be able to benefit from Fairwinds, like Insights, our platform, to like optimize your costs, like make sure you're like acting upon your action items, etc., like tracking that stuff over time. Like, just imagine it doing like the heavy lifting that you have probably had to like script at a bunch of places before, and you're at a new company all of a sudden. Do you want to really script all the like stuff you're fixing for your environment based upon like what's been called out via like tooling, right? Polaris or Goldilocks or OPA or all those like weird ass like Kubernetes like middlewares that you need? Could you actually just automate the reporting process for that stuff? As a manager, as a tech lead, as whatever, it's probably worth it for you. So that's my pitch, that's my spiel. If you do end up signing up, please shout me out and let them know that I said it. But again, like, if you're dealing with like Kubernetes in that way and you've ever had to like script your like billing costs and how to like optimize that shit, there is software for that, right? If you've even had to glue that software, like plugins, etc., into your Kubernetes infrastructure, you already know that you'd rather pay someone else for that shit. So yeah, just throwing that out there. Like, if you're doing Kubernetes stuff in any major way, Fairwinds can probably help you with at least a portion of what you're trying to do. Again, there is a free tier you can evaluate, check it out, right? They have an enterprise tier that they'd love to have you contact them through, right? No matter what, either one, if they ask, I sent you, right? Eventually, I'm gonna start asking for a commission, right? So if I can drive at least a couple fucking deals, ooh, yeah, I'm basically sales at this point, right? But even then, like, I don't even need the commission. I still think, like, I've tried to learn and deal with Kubernetes in significant ways. And I've just simply, like, seen and been to enough meetups here in the Seattle area that Kubernetes is not easy at all. Right? All these things like Istio and fucking Prometheus. Like, Prometheus isn't even it. Like, there's so many like weird ass things you glue into your Kubernetes infrastructure to make Kubernetes actually like worthwhile. Right? To make it actually something that, like, yeah, sure, we got it there, but how do we get something launched? Well, yeah, someone has to write the internal documentation to like launch a new operator within the cluster. Like things like that, like all that shit. That's a thing. If we can automate at least parts of it, it saves you from having to do that so you can focus on the things that matter, such as the documentation for your internal devs, right? There you go, Zeto. Yeah, so at some point, I would love it if you have a personal cluster you want to spin up just for testing, for demo, for whatever. We have a free tier of Fairwinds Insights in which you can install OPA, you can install Polaris, Goldilocks. Those are the open source that we've done. Polaris and Goldilocks you might have heard of. I think there's even other things people have heard of, but I don't do enough Kubernetes, so I have no idea. But yeah, we do open source, and then we built a platform around like opting into some of that open source for your large enterprise, whatever. We're trying to get like developers into it because, again, like keep in mind, you being familiar with it and knowing and understanding how to use it, you end up, if you like it, becoming a voice to like endorse it for other people to check it out, right? And that is such a like multiplicative effect marketing wise, where like the product is speaking for itself, right? It did a thing you wanted, and like, man, you're promoting it because it just did exactly what you needed. So keep in mind, if it doesn't do that, don't promote it. I'm not asking for a handout here. All I'm saying is try it out on like your own like custom like, you know, solo cluster to learn some of this stuff, to figure it out, to just fiddle with things and like, you know, whatever. Like, hey, you got your own cluster, you can tear it down, bring it back up, and no one's like in production bummed. If you would like to try Fairwinds for that, we got a free tier. And that is like the prime thing. Like, I'm not trying to push it on your organization right now. I'm just saying, try it for your side projects. See how you feel about it. And if you have any feedback, feel free to share it here, and I'll share it. Like, if you're willing to let me share it with the company, I will absolutely like paste it in like product feedback, etc. No, I get you, Zeto. Again, at some point though, if that is all you're doing, you're not securing your space in the future. Your ability should be to understand what it is doing and work at a higher level than it, because that is sustainable. The part that's automatable, that job has no future, right? So yeah, figure out the part above the automatable part and do that. Simplest thing. For AI to take my job, the client would have to actually explain exactly what they want. I think we're fine. I think we're totally good. I think we're totally set. For the client to automate me out of the process, the client would actually have to know what the fuck they want. It's not happening anytime soon. It's that easy, right? Product managers, product owners, like none of them actually know exactly what they want to do. So instead, we have to figure it out for them. That's what designers and devs are for. Taking a vague set of criteria and pushing on product to give us a better set of criteria to actually deliver on what they were expecting. I really don't think AI will ever automate the pushing on product part. That's impossible. I'm sorry, it's not a thing, right? Maybe some product person could be savvy enough. Do most product people care? No, they're spending their time actually dealing with clients and customers. They're spending their time actually like doing the important part. Turning shit into tickets? Ugh. That's the part they could automate too. But again, those tickets still need to be refined and someone needs to help fine-tune them. And yeah, so this was generated, but this is what I actually wanted. And boom, right? Like, then the dev can help discern the criteria generated versus like what the client actually wanted, and boom, like, we're still delivering value. Doesn't matter if we're hacking out code. We're not paid for the code we hack out, right? If so, we'd be paid by the lines we type. No, instead we should be paid by the lines we don't type. That would actually be way more important. Yeah, could I avoid typing all this shit and just like use some tools and glue them together and deliver the value of the thing? And hey, do we need to optimize it? Well then, yeah, we can build it out from scratch. Cool. Right? There is some level of realize value first and then optimize value. And that is broadly applicable, not just to business processes, but software dev too. Realize the feature first, build it and make it work, and then optimize it. Is it a feature anyone's even using? Well, shit, we don't need to optimize it then, do we? You could have cut the entire development time in half by recognizing that it's not a feature anyone actually wanted. You could have actually cut it to 0 by asking users first. And that is where the designer, the PM, the product manager, right? The tech lead, all those people figure that out, while the people making the code for the thing just need to assume that they've done their due diligence and you just hack out the thing they asked for. So sometimes it's the process. And if you're at a big enough company, the designer, the tech lead, like seniors, a bunch of people should have asked that ahead of time. But if you have a question as like a mid to junior level and you're just like tasked with a thing to make, your question is still 1000% valuable. Right? More valuable than you think. Because those questions still might not have been asked, which is crazy, right? All those checks and balances. Sometimes people just rubber stamp. It's a thing. Sometimes people are just lazy. They got a task on a Friday. How many people are putting effort into a task on a Friday? I did it this morning. My boss's boss reached out, technically like the VP of engineering or whatever, and said, hey, I got time at 1 p.m. We could work through this thing. I just simply said, I'd rather do it Monday or Tuesday. We can just push it to next week. I already did some like awesome shit. We're good. It's shipped. Like, come on. Yeah. Friday is for finishing tasks, not starting. And I would not have finished the task that we were going to actually try and tackle together, you know? It's something to do with cookies that's actually blowing my fucking mind that I'm so upset about. I'm going to have to actually create like a dummy repo to reproduce it here on like maybe Tuesday. I got other shit to do before then. I got to actually hack out my slides for some shit. Yeah, tomorrow is slide day. Tomorrow is like hack out my initial presentation for Seattle JS July. It's a lightning talk, so we're good. And then I'll have like a day or two sometime between then to like fine tune. No big deal. But yeah, I think tomorrow we start out making that for sure. Yeah, the cookie bug is tough. It's about like, I can describe the feature I'm trying to deliver, right? Your front end connects to a back end, right? And it's fine. In staging, what if I wanted to consume production data? Hopefully in just a view capacity, but like whatever, like in my dev environment, in my my feature environment, which is spun up via like fixtures. Could I consume staging data instead to like validate stuff, right? Again, the key would be replacing our API endpoint on the fly in the browser. I have implemented that via using a query param and then taking that query param and persisting it to local storage, and bam, we got that. But the key is like, we are using cookie auth, and I've never had to fix or do that problem for cookie auth. If I'm using a JWT, we're good to go. I can use that JWT from anywhere, and we're just done. Like, this feature would have been done and like dusted ages ago, because we'd like just deal with cores preventing that shit from being fetched anywhere else besides the domains we care about, right? We would just rely upon some cores and content policy stuff with a JWT inside of local storage. But instead, we're using cookies, and that shit's a fucking nightmare. Keep in mind, like, most of my career is spent dealing with just JWTs in local ephemeral storage, and who gives a shit, right? Like, it's not a big deal, right? Those JWTs are still, like, scoped, you know? So, Wizard, here's the thing, like, you can actually use a JWT over cookie auth. And that's when shit gets really fuzzy and tricky, and I don't understand why you'd mix and match the two. At all. I have no fucking clue. I've interviewed at enough companies that prefer cookie auth, and I just don't get it. Like, oh man. If you're looking for a rant, I can give you a rant. Oh man, if you're looking for a rant about cookie versus JWT, right, like local storage JWT, I got a rant for you. Ooh, I got a rant. But I gotta go pee. I got water, I got whiskey. I'm gonna hit up the humidifier before I like redo the thing, but I gotta go pee. I gotta use the restroom, BRBC in a sec. Ooh, I got a rant for you. Oh. Alright, this damn humidifier, hold on, let me unclog it. It totally messes with my camera. I can't even like switch scenes back for some reason. Oh, it's the worst. So hold on, let me unclog this humidifier. Let me load up some fresh material into it, right? Science. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about there, Datums. You're just using words, I guess. I don't know what those words even mean in this context. But here we go, back to the code. Ahem. And what up, Ty Sweezy, Mr. Sir? So we're about to go on the rant that I have about JWTs versus cookie-based auth. Number one, a JWT is infinitely easier to use from a mobile context, right? Mobile app specifically. If you're doing it from Cordova or some bullshit like that, right? Okay, sure, not a big deal. And yeah, sure, can you make a request, grab the cookie because you're no longer like within the browser from like Android or iOS and repurpose that cookie into the browser like somehow if you're on Cordova? Like, you could do it, you can make it happen, it just sucks, right? Like, cookies just suck for mobile apps. It's just that easy. They just fucking suck. You impose so many more restrictions on yourself by having to do cookie auth on a mobile app. You could just use a JWT and fucking... Come on. You're fine. And you might ask, well, how would you revoke a JWT? You would use something like Redis, a key value store, and just, you know, bam, revocation list. And eventually that key expires and it's not even in the list and you're not, like, consuming too much data due to, like, expired tokens. Like, it's fine, right? Expirable keys is... Redis is, like... bread and butter, right? Well, Mr. Sir, but then you need a server to scale that. Like, motherfucker, it's the same amount of scalability as trying to scale cookie auth, right? If you want to scale cookie auth, right? I mean, refresh tokens are a thing too, Ty Sweezy. That's separate. That's a different thing, right? If you want to expire a refresh token and an auth token, it's still the same mechanism, right? So we don't need to differentiate between auth and refresh token here. We can just talk about JWT, right? The key to the difference between, for everyone, right before we dig deeper, refresh token is something you send that is long-lived, and the auth token is typically short-lived, which means that you're sending the auth token over the wire, and if a middleman gets it, well, it's only valid for X amount of time, and then they'd have to still middleman the refresh token to get it longer than the auth token is alive, right? So refresh tokens are an extra like level of like, well, yeah, they have the same permissions, etc. They have the same like stuff, but the expiration dates are different. And you're sending one more often than the other, right? So that's why refresh token and auth token are important and separate, and, you know, deal with it like, but in the end, we're still talking about just a JWT for auth versus requiring a secure token, like cookie, right? So that's what I'm getting at, Ty Sweezy. Just want to point that out. Refresh and auth are not really the distinction that matter. So, where I'm getting back at it is, if you think about how you would have to scale a revocation list for JWTs, right? Because it's just a key value. In some lists, Redis is usually the thing, right? That revocation list still needs to be like scalable. Okay, sure. So you might need to start like replicating some kind of Redis cluster to like support that. Sure. At the end of the day though, look at how you would have to do cookies in a scalable way as well. You want to make sure that your API servers are basically stateless, because then they are infinitely horizontally scalable. And how do you accomplish such a thing? Some type of middle layer to maintain your cookies, etc., like Redis, right? Some type of middle layer, like it might not be exactly Redis, but it's gonna fill the exact same like point of the stack. So when you need to scale cookies, versus when you need to scale tokens and like implement the same features between them, it's actually the same amount of infrastructure. It's just a different fucking mechanism. And that's the part where I feel like a lot of people argue these things disingenuously. They're the same fucking problems. You're just migrating them from one part of the stack to the other. That's it. It's so fucking easy. So anyone who really like is adamantly against JWTs via local storage, oh my god, what if someone like uses your machine? Like, motherfucker, they're already there. They got this shit. They already got the keys to the castle. They've already broken, most likely, fingerprint auth on a phone or fucking password auth on a phone. Like, if they've broken that, like, dude, they're already in. Like, what are you preventing? Like, good luck. You're fighting against the 99.999%. Like, oh yeah, you want to get those extra 2s? Like, 9s? Like, I guess? At the cost of user experience, maybe? I don't know. Like, it's just, just pointing it out. When it comes down to them, they're the same shit. When it comes down to, you want to support infinitely horizontally scalable users with a revocation list, your infrastructure, when you overlay those two things on top of each other, what's inside of them might be different, but it's the same fucking shit. Right? Like, it's crazy. Now, keep in mind, there are famous people out there in the tech world. I don't want to name them because I'm not looking for that drama. But they will have you believe in the boogeyman of, well, hey, if you're using something like Unpackage and JWTs, someone could man in the middle the package getting to you and insert some magic stuff that reads the JWT from your local storage. And it's like, motherfucker, the same person could write a script that just uses your fucking secure cookie to make a request from your browser anyway, because the man in the middle has already happened. It's a boogeyman. It's a fucking straw man. It's a problem for everybody. If the man in the middle, Unpackage, is inserting some shit, then we all got fucking problems. And really, should you be using Unpackage in production? Fuck no! So it's another straw man argument. Anyone who knows exactly the person I'm talking about when they argue cookies in this exact way? Mm-hmm. Damn right. It's a bullshit argument. It's the same amount of effort to scale both. It's the same amount of infrastructure. It's the same amount of security. Yeah, so datums you don't know. But there are definitely some people out there that probably do know exactly the person who has made the straw man argument about the middleman in Unpackage. Mm-hmm. Exactly 3Creepio. That's the entire point. It's a straw man argument. It's a bullshit argument. No one should be using Unpackage in production anyway. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, they've written blog posts about it and they're just fucking wrong. It's that easy. I'm not saying you have to use either one. If you want to use cookies, use them. If you want to use JWTs just via local storage, use them, right? Scaling and invalidating and treating them both securely in the same way, in the right way, ends up being the same fucking thing. Infrastructure-wise, basically security-wise. Right? It's just funny, you know? Alright, anyway, back to it. So yeah, we do need to figure out what flag groups right here is. It's a record of a published group. And we don't have published group anywhere. That's the only instance. So there's like a struct we gotta make. And Vexilla group. I don't see that yet. Alright, so we're at about 8 p.m. I'm thinking tomorrow we come back. We spend a good hour, hour and a half hacking out an outline and maybe initial slides without like the filler for my talk on Wednesday. I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet, okay? Just saying, all right? You ain't seen nothing yet. So yeah, just saying. I think we need to start out tomorrow with a thing I should have started like a week ago. And yeah, it'll be fine. It's a lightning talk. I do want to record like a good random thing and like, you know, see if they're okay with it. See if, you know. Because I do want to try and push it to like 15 minutes. Maybe 20. If I aim for 20, I'll talk it in 15. Like for sure. Yeah, Yumshot. This month is on Wednesday in the coming week. And then there's the conference the month after. And then, yeah, they typically meet on this. Like, the schedule is the second Wednesday of every month. But I think, like, August is technically like a month off. I don't know when they're scheduling that one. Right? Because they have a conference. But yeah, the meetup's great. It's going to be at the Collective this month. SeattleJS.com. Register, hang out, show up. No big deal. I will be talking about, you remember that, like, envvar thing I made? That's basically it. For sure. Oh, yeah, that's a deep drive. Yeah, Puyallup's deep. I only know Puyallup due to the really bad commercials when I first moved into the area. Do the Puyallup. You can do it at a you can do it at a trot, you can do it at a gallop. Right? You can do it real slow. Like, dude, I remember that shit. I haven't seen those commercials in so long. Do the Puyallup. Oh, that shit was good. The fucking, like, there were animals singing this shit. If you guys don't, like, you can't see into my brain and what I'm seeing right now. It was amazing. Oh, I was just transported 20 years ago. Oh, shit. It's so old. It's so good. Oh, man, it's so good. It's about, like, the Puyallup Fair or whatever, right? They had some fucking, like, big fair. Oh, that was their commercial. I bet you can find it online. Go Google it. Do the Puyallup was like the commercial line, and they had ducks and horses and shit singing it. It was so good. That was when we first moved to Washington. You been to the fair though? Alright, cool. Alright, there you go. Do they not, like, have the same commercials? Like, how are they not buying back into that? It was so good. It's so classic. I bet they're just waiting. They're like, well, hold on. Focus group. Is it okay to, like, do this commercial again? Oh, no. No. No, I don't like it. It's too soon. Right? It's annoying. Right? It's just like 3 years, maybe 4 years away, and like, wait, what's that? All right, we're back. We got our marketing slogan again. Boom, nailed it. Scene. Acting. No radio either? When you're driving? Or is it always just like, someone plugs something in? Ah, Spotify in the car. All right. And paid Spotify? Because that's probably the differentiator. If you weren't paying for Spotify, you would have heard that shit. Like, it's that easy. They know where you are. Ah, there you go. Yes, that's probably it. There you go. That's it. That is probably it. I gotcha. It makes sense. Yeah, I don't listen to Spotify. I just have like a really cheap stereo plugged into, I'm pretty sure, like a blown speaker in the back right, but whatever, but like the others work. And yeah, just like I plug a little USB drive into this really shitty stereo and it's boom, right? I don't have a USB drive next to me right now, but I know I got like 7 of them just lying around somewhere, like not doing anything. I can just use them. I can play music with them, right? Yeah, I'm sure I have a good majority of my collection from Bandcamp. Maybe not majority. A good percentage of my collection from Bandcamp. Where the other stuff comes from, I would have to plead the fifth. I believe it's probably past statute of limitations, but yeah, just saying. I need to like make my collection whole. Some of this shit you can't find, man. That's all I'm saying. I don't even know where you'd buy some of this shit. Dude, yeah. Like friends and weird shit, like, yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, most of it I try and like actually make whole when I can. All right, so what I need to do is figure out the map or like the values for this. It's basically a map. And at the level this has to work, I don't think we have to worry about the performance of a map versus some magical perfect data structure, right? Some unicorn of the fucking Big O. We don't need to worry about the unicorn of the Big O for this exact implementation, okay? Right? What does that mean? It's when you actually play like, like horseshoes with like the horn of the unicorn. And if you get it, that's like, hey, you nailed it. You got the Big O. Boom. Right? Because it's, Big O unicorn. Right? You have the exact use case where it's worth like tossing that horseshoe. I think you really need to think about, do you need to toss that horseshoe, or can you just get something working and hit up that unicorn when you're ready? Because tossing that fucking horseshoe sucks. It's not a good investment of time unless you actually realize it's a good investment of time. And yeah, the best fucking metaphors. Here you go. Nailed it. Cameron, thank you for the follow. I just realized that like an hour ago. Shit. Leah's, thank you for the follow just now. Sorry, I had the headphone in the ear all day. I think I just scratched my brain, and it was awesome. Alright, so yeah, what really would be this type? I do kind of want to think on that. And maybe even try and, like, hack a bit out before we actually go. We got time. Like, come on. Whatever. No big deal. Right, maps are for, like, iterators. I don't actually want a map. I'm really thinking about, like, actually a hash map. We took a vote. Yeah, so you can see right here, I let people vote and they said they could pick it. So, yeah, we'll do Go after C#. Technically, I'll do Rust then C# and then we'll do it. So, if you're not aware, Mr. Sir, I have written all of these clients already, and we are just upgrading the entire functionality for, like, the new schema that we have. Right? So that's our task at hand. So I'm not picky about any language, and yeah, like, you should really try and stop picking teams. Yeah, for sure, I get you, but, like, seriously, it's bullshit. Like, it's not a sports team. Right? Use a tool, make a thing, move on with your day. Do the thing that makes you the most productive for the thing you're trying to do. Kotlin. You're right. I thought we had a Kotlin one. I think I started one but didn't publish it for some reason. Yeah, I'm not sure, Captain Chica. We should have had a Kotlin one because Kotlin can be used in Java too, right? So I think we started a Kotlin one and I maybe didn't finish it. I also didn't finish the Haskell one either. The Haskell one I know exactly why. I don't remember why for the Kotlin. I'll do the Haskell again, right? It was smarter than me. The Haskell was smarter than me. Yeah, Kotlin would be a good one because it would satisfy Java too. You're totally right, 100%. But we're not doing anything other than what we have in the list because right now we're just like upgrading these things to create an entire new implementation is now outside scope. And Dino doesn't matter because we're just doing TS. Right? So the TS implementation allows you to consume it however you want, right? Because it gives you a hook to do your own fetch. Right? So whatever library you want to bring or whatever, I don't give a shit. So I believe we do support Dino in some way because we're totally, like, buildable. Now, yeah, like, it's written in TS. Dino maybe should be able to, like, fetch it, but I haven't, like, really focused on Dino yet. Again, Dino's just TypeScript, so who gives a shit, right? If they don't support it yet, well, that's their problem because they're not supporting what I've already built. Right? This JSTS should work fucking everywhere JSTS works. I don't give a shit. I've compiled it in a way that, come on, it's there, man. Now I'm trying to do it with a new schema, and yeah, if I have to do something special for Dino, I'll sigh about it, but I'll do it, you know? But that's after I've done all of these other implementations. Right? If I have to do something special for Dino, for my JSTS code I've already written and compiled for everything else that just lets it work, well then, yeah, Dino's going to be a secondary thing because, holy shit, dude. How many people do you think will actually download it from the Dino ecosystem that are not already part of some other thing? Yeah, you want me to really concentrate on like 1 out of 1,000 users, probably? I'm good. No thanks. Like, I'm good. I'm good. If it doesn't work already, it's not a priority. With what I've done already. Right? Now what I want to do is upgrade the schema for the things that I am currently supporting. Anything new? That's later, and maybe I'll take channel points to make it happen. How about that? You watch, you hang out long enough. I'll make a brainfuck implementation at some point if you really want. How about that? If you really save up enough channel points here on Twitch, I will make a brainfuck version of Vexilla. I don't know what enough actually means yet, so don't quote me on what that number is. It's fine. It's okay. Yeah, bot shouldn't need to. Like, they're words. HTMX seems cool. I think I considered it for the UI for assorted biscuits for VS Code. But for some reason, I used Sinuous instead. I don't know why. I don't remember. There was some constraint. I really wanted something that didn't have a build process. And I believe HTMX inherently needs some kind of build process. Maybe not. Maybe I fucked that up. I don't know. I think I ended up doing a build process anyway, so it was all moot. But that was the criteria that I disregarded it for and then found something and then fucking just worked around it. So keep that in mind. And again, it was very momentary. This is like 3 years ago? Right? I believe 3 years ago, HTMX could have been different. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't even in the list. I don't know how new it actually is, but there was a point at which we looked at various very small micro frameworks for internally running in the window you can generate inside of VS Code as a configuration thing. Right? The config window is an HTML that you can render and deal with as a form as a plugin developer. We did that. And yeah, I used Sinuous at the time. But we did end up having to build it, for sure. So, right, the criteria I used to select Sinuous is fuzzy at best. Flimsy at worst. All right, so we are doing the Rust, and I'm trying to think about just... We have a record string published group. We need to create the struct for a published group. That's a thing, right? Something like that. No. So think about HTMX as decorating HTML, right? And your goal should be to make HTML that works without HTMX's decorations. So you should make a form that submits the data you care about, right? You should, just allow the HTMX to decorate it with whatever JS and cool, like, interactive, like, whatever BS you want, but it should still fucking just work as HTML, because HTMX is just a decoration of JS on top of HTML. Yeah, Yeah, you probably have like a more technical aspect of it there, Yumshot, and you're probably right. My entire understanding of it is simply like everything is still just forms, right? As far as HTMX is concerned. And that's as far as I've heard Tej also kind of speak about it, because he does seem into the whole HTMX philosophy. He's a very smart person that I think understands it, right? And when he describes it, like, yeah, he is speaking towards the case that HTMX solves, that is, most of the web is forms. And the way that that falls down is when you start dealing with, like, dashboard applications, right? Like, really intense, like, applications rather than just websites. Every website's interaction is basically just a form. Even e-commerce. E-commerce is still a website. Web apps are like the administrative parts of any of these things that you see publicly, right? There's even like as far back as GeoCities, there was your admin interface towards GeoCities, and then there was the site you were presenting to the world. They were separate things. Same idea. Shopify. Sorry, I almost said Spotify. Shopify. And your dashboard for interacting with your products and all the things you add and the plugins you do and blah, 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 you know, blah, 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 right? Is still the back end to the front end of just the site that people need to consume. The site people need to consume is a website. It has a form that has a very clear one interaction you care about, them adding it to cart or them checking out, right? And there's like maybe micro interactions that are still just ephemeral. You're not doing that extra. But there's some things where they're like micro interactions, like the credit card view for some weird sites, right? Like, I hate dealing with that. Just make it a Stripe thing. But yeah, like some sites like Newegg have to deal with that, and that's a totally different thing. But that is not the Shopify experience. That's not your problem. That's not what they do. Like, you just shop, like, you check out with something, not something you control, and you don't have those mini widgets, right? But it's just like a very, like, interesting interaction. I don't know, right? There's the front end website that is very much a form, and that's it. You care about basically one interaction per, like, page. Versus a dashboard application where you may browse to some index page that has dozens of interactions you can do. Delete a thing from a list, add a thing to a list, blah, blah, blah. Pops up a modal, like all these things that are crazy. Do you really think something like Remix is a fun experience to develop that in? No way, dude. That sucks. Like, that shit sucks. Oh, it's the worst, right? Because Remix is the exemplary version of that, right? HTMX would be the same thing, right? Treating a single page as a single interaction. That means you have to treat the mutations of what that interaction could be as a giant amalgam of every action you have created within the page. Like, holy shitballs, dude. Yeah, I'm sweating thinking about maintaining that. I don't want to do it. Yeah, I'll quit before you make me do that shit. Right? So that's what I'm getting at, right? Remix is really not the right thing for a dashboard application. And I'm not saying Remix is bad, but it's more about make the thing work for what you need it to work. And use something else that is just a far better user experience for the thing you're trying to do. If you're trying to do e-commerce, Remix is the best fucking thing you could do, right? Your own custom rolled, like, Stripe e-commerce website, fucking Remix and Stripe, and boom, you're done. Heyo. Right? Like, so easy. That's, like, the best e-commerce site you could ever make, because it'll be fucking infinitely renderable. Like, no one needs JavaScript to do it. Like, yeah, all that shit just works. Like, seriously, best thing you could do, right? And keep this in mind, I got some beef with someone related to that project, which is crazy. But I still recommend it. If you're trying to roll your own e-commerce, like, Remix is a really good option. But if you're trying to roll your own admin layer for that e-commerce, why would you You must not like your developer. Like, at that point, right? Like, you're gonna force them to use a tech that just really isn't suited for it just because it's the same thing you're using on your front end? Wow. All right. Yeah. You're not being invited to bowling next week. I'm gonna say that right now. No, sorry. We found someone else. You know, like, holy shit, dude. No. You're making me do your admin layer with remix? And it needs to like be like proper idiomatic remix where every action is a form. Right? Like the longest sigh in the world. I'm just saying, right? And I'm not saying remix is bad. I'm saying remix has a very good, awesome niche that shouldn't be forced upon all sorts of other shit. All right, so yeah, what would the struct for this be? Seriously, like, think about it. You got 10 items on your page. You can press the delete button and it submits a form with that as like the action, and you gotta like select upon that and deal with like the entire myriad of like random like validation you gotta do for it. And like, oh my god, like you can do it, but I want someone to make that infrastructure for me. I don't want to make my own bullshit to do that, right? There's gonna be 20 different implementations doing the same exact thing. So yeah, you could do it, right? They could make a middle layer that does that. They could actually oh man, it could be really good. I'd love to like brainstorm with them about it. Only if. But yeah, there could be a good middle layer for Remix to make like form middleware, but it's like parallel middleware somehow. Right? At like initial runtime, it gets compiled into some type of map. Yeah, I don't know. Just cache it. Alright, so let's look it up. Rust hash map. I know, it's probably a hash map I need. I'm pretty sure Prime would be bummed that I'm trying to like use a hash map for this. I'm sure there's some like majorly like super optimized, like I didn't mean to say micro, like just way better way to do this. If feature flags are ever your bottleneck, you done fucked up. Right? So I don't think I care about the perfect way to do this. So I think a feature, like, you know, like putting our flag groups inside of just a hash map is fine. So do I have a hash map? We do, right? We see base flags right there. Hash map something or other. Toggle gradual selective. Yeah. And again, like, seriously, if you think this is me being, like, against Prime in any way, like, no, I'm just, like... he's the one who preaches performance, and he's actually recognized even on like the Atom.dev podcast with Dex and, you know, Prime, and, you know, like their thing, right? All that shit, right? He even admits, like, seriously, like, you know, we meme about it, blah blah blah. He says his thing, like, yeah, right? Like, that was real. That's the moment. He plays a character sometimes, and that character's really fun. This is not actually being anti any of that. Oh, yeah. Oh, ugly is beautiful. It's beautiful. This is beautiful. But no, so here's actually like the point. Let me point that out to you. Hold on. We have an existing structure, right? We have a TypeScript structure for this, and I can just show you the test server and our fixture for it. Right? So this is the empty version of what we need to make happen. Right? This right here is the really big version of what we need to happen. Right? So, yeah, this is a group, a feature group that we need to start, like, you know, identifying. A flag group also, right? I get it, Lust is Fire, but this is parsing a JSON file, and you can only have so much predictability, and instead of, like, worrying about whether it's correct, you just have to adapt to whether it's correct, because none of this shit is real anyway until you've evaluated it at runtime. Anytime you fetch JSON, everything's fake. Yes, we're using Sirdi. I'm almost positive. For sure. I could double check. But yeah, we're using Sirdi to deserialize the JSON, obviously. Right? But no matter what, we have a struct we try and put it into, and we still have to somehow make sure we're handling the case in which whatever JSON some user pointed us at, because we're just a client SDK, wasn't the thing that we expected, and we need to fail at in a proper, expectable, clean way, right? This is a client SDK, so we can't predict what the user's going to do, right? No matter what, every single system like this relies on some kind of trust, and you have to validate that trust eventually. Exactly, Yamsha. That's the whole point. Yeah, exactly, right? So Lust is Fire, right? A perfect world doesn't exist. That's what you're talking about. That is a dream world. Instead, I live in the real world in which shit is just hash map, and let's hope it's what we got. And I'm really just gonna handle when it's not what we thought. And that's all we can do. Because that's the world we live in, not some perfect, absolute type safe, magical, like, unicorn wonderland. Right? I live in the real world where the user could point this shit at anything. Right? Like, dude. It might even resolve to proper JSON. Doesn't mean it's good JSON. Doesn't mean it's the JSON I'm looking for. Doesn't even mean like the values matter or the keys matter or whatever. Like, but holy shit, I still have to handle that case. It's an SDK. You can't trust the user. Even if that user is a dev, I don't trust me as a dev. Why would I trust other people as a dev? You know, like, holy shit. So yeah, I have to make a fully robust SDK that handles problems. So yes, we're gonna deal with hash map, right? Just like factory. If you haven't read the factory article, I'd recommend checking it out. It's pretty good. It's pretty fun. We read it out loud earlier today, and I really want to set up a whole bunch of articles in which I sit in front of a fireplace with a fucking robe on, with a pipe that blows bubbles, and I read some of these things. Right? This is one of them. There's at least, I think I got 10 at this point, for sure. I've got easily like 10 of them. So I need to fully like book some Airbnb with a fireplace. I need to buy a really good fucking robe. I need to get some fucking bubble blowing pipe that looks legit, obviously. Duh. That'd be amazing. You're right, Lust is Fire. I don't think that optimization is necessary, though, and you might have missed my rant about, like, is that optimization actually valuable? And I don't think it would be. I don't give a shit. This thing runs so, like, rarely as far as your, like, application is concerned that optimizing the runtime of it is bullshit, right? Optimizing the memory of it is probably bullshit, too. Like, who cares? So I want to point out there, Less is Fire, this is not a thing that you need to optimize because it runs so rarely compared to your actual runtime that who cares? This is like a once every 5 minutes type, like, fetch and, like, reindex. Like, who cares? To optimize that is to miss the point of what is worth optimizing. I understand that Less is Fire, but my entire point is I'm about, like, value for time invested. Because I spend enough time ranting and yelling at the camera that I need to really, like, optimize for the time I'm writing the code. I know, I'm calling myself out a little bit right there, but it's actually true, isn't it? Like, shouldn't I just, like, write the code that gets the shit done quick enough, and then if I need to, like, fix a bottleneck performance-wise, I will? Sure, why not? And then I got more time to pour more whiskey and rant. That sounds like a win-win. Doesn't it? I mean, Lust is Fire, that's a totally different argument. But yeah, like, I'm just pointing out. There is something to it. Only micro-optimize the shit that you can quantify as needing to be optimized. If you haven't recognized the loss via measurement, you shouldn't be optimizing it. I'm sorry, like, it's that simple. Like, if you haven't measured how much an improvement could give you via cost or user experience or some bullshit, I don't know, man. It's probably not worth optimizing yet. Until you can quantify the gain you're going to have from optimizing it, don't optimize it. Make it maintainable. That is the most performant optimization you can have cost-wise in the entire world. Make it maintainable because developer time costs more than hardware time. There you go, Yumshot. Yeah. For sure. Same idea. Less is Fire. No, I work at a startup that recognizes value, and it's awesome. It's fucking great. I really like the company I work at. I like the people I work with. Could I make more somewhere else? Probably. I still think I could do, like, contract shit during stream and probably, like, you know, optimize my, like, cost of living the other way and still just work at an awesome fucking company. So yeah, I'm not worried about a higher paycheck at the moment because I realize I could still optimize other ways. I really like the company I work with. I think I'm delivering the value they think they're paying for. I hope. Man, I really hope. And like, yeah. I'm content at the moment. They have no concern or constraints or whatever, like, clause at whatever I'm doing. They even told me I could just, like, open source some other thing that I'd love to just open source, but I just haven't yet. And my paycheck is good enough that I would be happy to move to a cheaper area somewhere here in Washington, hopefully, maybe. Like, Leavenworth. That would be cheap enough to save up even more and buy some land somewhere around that fucking area. think I know enough people in the area. Like, I can probably talk to some people and maybe get some shit cheaper. Right? Like, you know. That would be the area I would love to have as, like, a home base. I could live in Leavenworth as a home base, get some land out there, like, cheap enough in certain areas, and then travel as I see fit whenever, right? If I got a home base in which all my shit that I care about is there, and I got, like, you know, renter's insurance and catalog all the shit I care about, and God, like, I'd be bummed if all my, like, what I consider heirlooms that I have no person to pass to at this moment, right? Like, my comic books, my fucking starting lineups, my sports cards, oh my God, right? If those disappeared, right? Sure, I'd get the money for them, but that's my legacy. Like, I don't know, and it's a bullshit legacy, but man, I got a 1987 Michael Jordan starting lineup. He's doing the dunk and everything. Right? Short shorts. Fucking receding hairline still before he got the hair plugs. I got some shit. Like, collected. I got a vinyl collection, like, dude, man, I'd be so bummed if something got, like, broken into while I was out of town. Like, that would be, like, the worst. So, yeah. I'd have to get some, like, housekeeper that I trusted. That'd be the tough part. Right? Groundskeeper, whatever. You know what I mean. Spell's fine. I don't care. Lust is fire. Like, seriously, didn't you just see that list I showed you? Do you think I give a fuck about front end versus front end either? Hell no. I'm gonna make a thing. I'm gonna make it work where it needs to work, and I'm gonna just move on. I don't give a shit. Svelte's fine. Rust is fine. Go is fine. I'm not weird. I'm actually the way it should be. They're not sports teams, man. I can do all of it. Will it take me some time to just, like, go and look at some docs? Sure. That's not weird there, Lust is Fire. That's a fucking result-driven development. Like, holy shit. Like, the world would benefit from embracing that philosophy. They're not sports teams. It's not Svelte versus Rust versus... Or, sorry, not Rust. Sorry, Svelte versus Next versus... Solid versus any of that shit. Who cares, man? No, if the fun is in the process, then I don't think we'll ever get along. I just want to point that out right now. If you care more about the process than the output, we'll probably never get along, right? Our philosophies are diametrically opposed. I'm sorry. I hope you're okay with that. I'm going to let you know that right now. I just want to make shit. If I could have been born 200 years ago, I would have loved to discover some shit. I probably would have been, like, just that era's version of a stoner that, I don't even know, like, figured something out in, like, the county area, but never actually, like, you know, went bigger than that, you know? Yeah, like, for me, the results are the important part. Yeah, consultancies are process-driven. I don't want to call out a consultancy by name, but they were a blended rate, which meant that project managers were a $150 an hour rate, and so were the developers at a $150 an hour rate, dollar an hour rate, which meant that they really incentivized meetings, right? And it's not their fault. It's not even a problem. Like, I don't think they did it even on purpose. But the fact that they are optimizing for that, it makes certain things more profitably valuable, right? Like, oh man, if you can bill a meeting to the client of a project manager and all these developers in that meeting at that hourly rate, woo! Hey-o, right? That's some money, right? And they didn't do it on purpose. I'm not saying, right, don't attribute to malice what you can actually attribute to, let's just say ignorance instead, right? The real term is stupidity. I don't think they're stupid. I just think they were ignorant to the ethical aspects of it. I don't fault them for it. It's not their problem. It's just something that is worth acknowledging. Because without acknowledging it, we can't be better about it. Right? But yes, any agency that bills a project manager at the same rate as your developers will inherently, just due to gamification, optimize for project manager time being a major portion of project time. Because the cost on, and please don't hate me for the phrasing of this, project managers have a smaller paycheck than developers. So if their hourly rate could be equated to maybe $90K, that's $45 an hour. If you're at a $150 an hour agency, that $45 an hour means $105 for the company. At the same time, your developer, who could be collecting north of, I mean, if they're good at what they do and they're in the right place, would be collecting somewhere in the era of, like, you know, say 70 to 100 an hour, right? At an agency. We're not talking Google, right? Right? And we're not talking commission. Sorry, Lust. We're talking like client agency in which like all of the money goes to the company and they are paying the developers just the time they've contracted them for. Right? The time they're billing for and like the salary they're actually paying on top. Right? Or underneath, technically. So yeah, you're missing it. I'm not talking about like referral, recruiting agency. I'm talking like consultancy. Very different, like ballgame. Referral is different. So yeah, still consultancy. Like, man, your developer might cost you anywhere between 70 to 100 of the 150 you're billing for. And like that 50 of like the overhead of operating the business and paying rent and doing all that bullshit, like that's understandable. Like, don't feel bad about it. Like, no, that's your thing. Like, seriously. You got to do that. But if your project managers are billing at $45 an hour and your developers are anywhere between, and let's just say maybe agency-wise, more like 60 per hour. And man, you got like juniors that cost way less, but let's average it out. 60 per hour up to 100 per hour. By having more time invested into your lower cost workers billing at the blended rate, you're making a fucking killing. And I get it. It's a thing. Don't feel bad, but oh man. Is it right? I don't know. The moment you start having more meetings than you should question the ethics of what you're actually like optimizing for. Because eventually clients will recognize that the numbers don't add up. Because they can do the same math I just did right here off the top of my head. So anyone trying to do client agency, consultant agency, whatever stuff, Just recognize your clients aren't stupid. The moment you treat them as such, that's your problem. Yeah, sorry, less is fire. Just pointing out, I think there is something to the economics of software debt. And if you're a contractor, and maybe someone trying to do an agency as a startup, right? For a very specific niche even. Totally fine, I get it, but just recognize. Don't treat your clients like they're stupid. I think that's important. It's tough, right? Like, they don't know. And yeah, gravy trains don't last forever. That's the thing, right? The moment like budgets get tightened, yeah, the companies that are like taking too much get cut. Whereas the ones that are actually delivering value for the buck stay on. And I think that's a big thing. Right? As far as like consultancies and client agencies and, you know, some of that goes. Yeah, I don't know. Just throwing stuff out there. I don't fucking know. I'm not trying to cast any, like, aspersions on anybody. I'm just thinking, like, out loud generally about business practices. I hope, you know, nothing got named. No one really knows what I'm talking about, like, specifically. It's more about, like, the practices. Because I'd love to maybe start some kind of consultancy at some point, right? Not right now. I want to like start some like startups. That'd be way better. But again, there could be value. Oh yeah, don't reveal anything. Nah, we're good. I don't think I've cast anything out for anybody. For anything. I was throwing out random numbers. I don't even know what they charge. Like, no idea. Like, that's not my thing. Like, I just threw out a number. I just knew, like, everything was billed the same. That's a bummer there, Lust, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so I think that is my task tomorrow. Tomorrow, my first task of the day is iron out an outline and initial slides without like the filling of a presentation for a lightning talk about Geller and ASTs and maybe a little bit about ESLint and how their ASTs are way different and all that shit. So that will be actually the first bit of tomorrow. After that, we need to figure out the hash map thing, right? Like hash map. I'm okay with it. I don't mind. But we need to figure it out in a way that works for how we're consuming our current JSON structure. And we haven't changed basically anything. So a lot of this needs work. Yeah, the Rust, our main bit today was really like doing the context switch from TypeScript to Rust. And I know there are some people that could do this. Bam, let's just fucking do it. Like, again, I probably could do it, but I'd be like stressing about it, you know? And I really don't want to stress about this project. There's nothing forcing me to have this, like, Rust version done now. There's nothing forcing me to have, like, the version 1.0 done for work, right? Nothing. Like, we got it launched. We got our stuff. Like, we can just do it. Like, I got this shit. Like, we're set, man. It's so easy. So, yeah, like, there is no reason to feel stressed about hacking out the rest of Vexilla 1.0, which I think is something I'd love to promote in major ways. And holy shit, we had someone even like promoting Vexilla on Twitter. Oh my god. Like, I thank you all so much, but I don't think it's worth promoting yet. Please don't do it yet. I would love to just like pressure everybody into promoting it right now, but we're just not there yet. Like, I need the 1.0 ready. I need something that I'm ready to launch to, like, man, ready to launch to Product Hunt with what we got after we've tested it, like all that, like, boom. When I'm, oh man, I would really appreciate people like promoting it at that point, but I don't think we're there yet. So I want to make sure this is working and good and awesome for all of the languages I support, and maybe even a couple more. But with the new like schema we have with scheduling and all that shit, right? We don't have scheduling supported with this. We don't even have it, I think, supported with the JSTS. So we got so much work to do. I just want to refactor the current things we have based upon the new schema for toggle and gradual. And then scheduled and some of those things is an entirely separate thing to test that we're gonna have to really do. So I might even only do like 3, maybe 4 of these other implementations of the client SDK. And then I at least have enough to create the connecting layer of like all that. Yeah, so that makes sense to me. Yeah. That's the move. All right, so who do we go raid? I know. I'm going to go game here in a bit. What game am I going to play? I have no idea, but I think it's late enough. I'm just going to do some, like, shrimp for dinner. And that's like, I'll end up taking some, hold on, let me find it. Some frozen shrimp. I just got some more today. Thawing it in, like, a bowl. Oh, we're gonna go raid Tej. Tej is awesome. And he's gaming. Fuck yeah, gaming, man. Hell yeah. He might be ending soon. I don't care. It's fine. I want to support Tej gaming. I want to support, like, other streamers gaming. Maybe Donut could convince him to play some League of Legends. Oh, if I could type, that'd be amazing. TJDV. We're gonna go raid TJDV. Yeah, I play League. He plays Dota. It's fine. I bet we could convince him to play some League with the right people. And maybe I'm not even part of it, but Kevin Naughton, Donut, I forget who else plays it. I think actually Trash and Mewtwo and a bunch of them actually play League of Legends. Like, could we convince Tej to join them? Right? I'll just be the coach, like, yelling and ranting, and they can't even hear me, but y'all hear me. Like, oh my god, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, I could do that. That'd be fine. Because no one wants to play with a Singed. I get it. Like, not a problem. Like, I know. Anyone who wants to play with the Singed, I'll be gaming here in a little bit. I've got some solo stuff I can play, but if anyone wants to, like, join up and deal with the Singed top lane, let me know. So, here we go. We're gonna go say hi to Tej. He's awesome. Super chill, dude. And I'll see some of y'all on gaming. See the rest of y'all tomorrow, right? Yeah?
No, why is he here? Are you kidding?
dead. I'm dead. What up, Griff? Okay, I don't know what my I need stuff to make me survive, right? I think we go Sanj and Kaya. We're both dead. Yeah, and I got my kill stolen from me again. Alright, against PA. Interesting. PA's going Q build. My least favorite build to play against. Fine, I played in long. Yeah, it's okay. We're playing a custom mode though. Very fun custom mode. My favorite mode. Actually, the only mode that I even play anymore. The problem is I'm not tanky enough to walk up to people, right? So I need to get a little tankier. And then we can do more things. Heal for, oh, that's a good one. Okay. We can go take these. Let's see what my next upgrade is. Ooh.
Oh,